What's going on, chat? Welcome to a brand new live stream. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Hopefully, you guys are having a fantastic weekend. I know for a lot of us here in the U.S., it is a holiday weekend, so that is a wonderful cause for celebration. But yeah, for everyone out there, hope you guys are enjoying your weekend as well, and spending some time relaxing, vibing, enjoying whatever hobbies, whatever passions you guys love to do. Yeah, welcome on in, chat. Welcome. Let's get this stream started, shall we? Yeah, let me see here. So, what do I want to do? I think I'm going to. I'm gonna swap over here. Is what I'm gonna do. How's it going, chat? Welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, so happy new stream. Hope you guys are doing well out there. As you may notice right away, chat, there's something a little bit bizarre that is behind me right now. If you guys take a look behind me, you will see that I have a giant, massive piece of furniture, a dresser that has a bunch of anime figures on it. That's right behind me. Um, I'll give you guys a little bit of some background context, right? Some explanation of what's going on. I don't really have a whole ton to talk about, but whatever stuff that I can talk about and that I can share, I will. Basically, number one, to answer the question of like, what the fuck is behind me? Why is it behind me? What's going on? So I mentioned this on a live stream or on some VODs a little while ago. But basically there's a brand new heater, a brand new heating system that my family bought, and they want to install it in my room. Because my old heating system that I had in my room, which was very outdated, basically we took it out, we removed it, we threw it away, and so we bought a brand new heater. Now, the big problem is that basically the way that my room is situated, um, in the corner over that direction, that way, there's a window in my room, right? Just this like giant rectangular window, and basically, I would say almost directly underneath the window, near the bottom of the wall, there is the electrical wires that are used to connect to the heater, right? Now, the thing is, there is not enough space below the window to install the heater that we purchased because the heater that we got, it's like kind of like this big rectangular box, right? And so there's not enough space below the window to install the brand new heater. Um, so what we need to do is we either need to install it on the right side of the window or on the left side, which is basically on my back wall, right? This wall that's like directly behind me. It'll be on that back wall in the corner. Um, and so in order to install the heater, right, in order to figure out, okay, which location is better? Do we want it on the left side? Do we want it on the right side? Um, we need to essentially like remove parts of the wall. We need to kind of like I would say I don't know if take apart is the right word, but we have to kind of like dissect the wall a little bit and figure out, okay, what is behind the wall? Are there any wooden studs? Are there any obstacles that are in the way, right? So we need to essentially just do a little bit of some digging, some research to figure out, how are we going to install the heater? And then depending on where we install the heater, right, whether it's on the left or on the right of the window, we will need to determine how we are going to bring the electrical wires and move those electrical wires to connect them to the heater, right? So this thing behind me, this like fat giant piece of furniture, this thing was sitting in the corner of my room, right? So that's where it was. That's where it's like originally located, where it's sat. And in order to kind of like do measurements and kind of figure out what actions we want to take with the wall over there, I needed to have this giant piece of furniture moved out of the way, so that we could access that little corner. So that is the reason why this like giant, dresser, this giant piece of furniture is directly behind me. And I don't know how long it's going to be like that, but at the very least for today, and maybe also tomorrow as well, we are very likely going to have this wonderful piece of furniture just like sitting there, right? Staring at us, so to speak. So that is explanation number one, right? Um, Now, moving on to a completely different topic. Um, Obviously, for those of you out there who have been following my channel for a while, you know that typically on Saturdays I go live and I stream. Of course, there are certainly days where I am not able to go live. Something comes up, and my schedule changes, and I have some things that I need to deal with, and I'm not able to stream. Right. Um, Yesterday on Saturday, it was one of those days. Essentially, what happened? It was really really frustrating, really annoying, and the more that I think about it, the more pissed off that I get. So I'm trying to forget about it. I'm trying to not think about it too much and move on and just, continue living day by day. Basically, yesterday on Saturday, I had three different homework assignments, right? Three different assignments. Um, Two of them were pretty decently easy. They were just time consuming. Um, and so there was only one assignment that I was like actually legitimately worried about. Now, what ended up happening is I decided to work on the easy assignments and get them done with, get them out of the way, and then I would finally, end with working on the third assignment, which was a quiz for my accounting class. So I started working on the other two assignments, the easier ones, right? And I spent some time working on it. The first assignment, easy peasy, piece of cake, no problem whatsoever, right? Handled it like a champ, basically. Now, the second assignment, it was also an easy assignment. Like, it was definitely not a difficult thing to, I guess, like, follow the instructions and to complete it, right? It wasn't really that big of a deal, but basically, what I had to do for that assignment was I had to, so we are using, for my class, my marketing class, we are using this program, which is called Tableau Public. And if you guys, are people who work in information technology, if you work in IT, or if you work in any sort of like tech related job, Tableau Public is a very popular, very well known program, right? So we're using Tableau Public for our class. And for the second assignment, my teacher, they gave us this like Word document. And on this Word document, there's a bunch of these instructions on like, okay, step one, do this, step two, do this, blah, blah, blah. And, basically what it was is we needed to use Tableau Public and create different visualizations in Tableau Public. Um, so that was, definitely a tedious process, definitely time consuming. It was not something that I could complete in like 5 minutes or anything like that. But the concept of it, the idea of it was pretty straightforward and simple, right? Now, I think one really annoying thing that happened with the assignment that I had to do for Tableau was after I had gotten the assignment done, right? You needed to take your assignment, take your visualizations, and you needed to export them. You needed to turn them into either a PDF document or a PowerPoint presentation. Now, for some reason, I don't really have an explanation of why this happened. Um, but for some reason, I had a lot of trouble with exporting, my data, because essentially for the assignment, there was multiple visualizations that I had. There was three different worksheets, right? They call them worksheets in Tableau, where each worksheet, it basically has its own separate visualization on it, right? And you can kind of think of it something similar to like Microsoft Excel, where Excel has different worksheets, and the worksheets, they kind of, you know, they're the equivalent of a tab, right? So I had three different worksheets in Tableau, and the fourth thing that I had after those three worksheets was I had a Tableau dashboard, right? I don't really understand why this happened. It was so bizarre and so stupid that, it was a problem. When I went to like my Tableau profile, I went to, the profile section on my Tableau account. It would show you like, all of the different Tableau files that you have. And I would click on the assignment, right, that I was doing for my marketing class, and I would click on the download button, right? And it would ask me like, okay, what do you want to download? Do you want to download only the current visualization that your project is focused on, right? Like that your project, when you save the project, when you do what is called publish, you publish the project. When you do that, right? Um, your project, it will save on whatever your current worksheet is or your current dashboard is, right? Whatever, window, whatever tab that you are currently on, that is what your project saves on, right? So let's say hypothetically you're on worksheet number 3. Worksheet number 3 becomes like the sort of face of your project, right? So you know, the download button, it was like, do you want to download only the third worksheet or do you want to download something else? And so I chose the option to download, everything, or download like multiple parts of the Tableau public file. And for some reason, it was so weird. As I mentioned, I had 3 different worksheets and then I had one dashboard, right? When I click the download button, it would give me the option to select three of the things that I had done. Basically, it showed me 2 worksheets and my dashboard, right? So 3 items total, and it completely, totally skipped over my third worksheet, right? And it pretended like it didn't exist. And I would click download. I would select the option to download like the entire file, everything, but it would only give me those 3 things. And this happened like multiple times where I tried it and then I went back and I retried it again later, and I kept on trying to like refresh it and redo it. You know what I mean? Um, so I was getting very, very frustrated. And finally I managed to yeah, I managed to like figure it out where essentially instead of going to my profile on my account, I had to actually click on the specific file, the specific project that I was working on, and I had to open it up in the edit menu. So I had to click edit. And then while I was editing the project, I would then have to click the download button from inside the editing menu. And only then would it give me all 4 of the sheets or the dashboards or whatever, right? So I finally figured that out, but then there was like another problem, right? Um, some of the instructions, that my professor gave to me and my classmates, some of the instructions for the assignment are they were a little bit vague, a little bit like, you know, just like very generic, very broad wording. And there was some instructions where basically it would tell you to do something, but then it would not tell you like, oh, you have to do it this way, or you have to choose this particular setting or whatever, right? And so there were some parts of the instructions that I personally would label as being unclear, right? Being very yeah, just being very non-specific, right? So I followed the instructions as best that I could for the assignment. And then, afterwards, my teacher, they said, here is a file, an example of what your solution could look like, right? And so, they gave this example, they gave this file of a Tableau public visual that was turned into a PowerPoint. And, it had the examples of the different visualizations that we were required to complete. And, there was a couple of things that I noticed in the solution that were different from what I did with my version. To give you an example, right? On one of the on one of the visualizations, right? It was a bar graph that I had to create. And, when you have a graph, you have the x-axis and then you have the y-axis, right? So you have the kind of horizontal and you have the vertical. And normally the labels for the axis, they will be basically at the bottom and on the side, right? So, for the x-axis, you have your numbers or you have your data, and then the label, the identifier for the x-axis will be at the bottom of the graph below the x-axis, right? And then for the y-axis, it'll be on the left side of the line of the actual axis itself. So that's kind of like how normally graphs and visualizations are formatted. For some reason, it was really really dumb, right? Basically, for this visualization, you had the graph itself, you had the bar graph. On the y-axis, it was numbers, it was quantity, right? I think it was like a dollar amount, right? Then on the x-axis, you had basically different states, right? So you had like Washington State, you had California, you had Oregon, you had Texas, right? All these different states at the bottom. And that was like the sort of label for the x-axis was states, and you would have the names of the states. For some weird reason, at the top of this visualization of this graph, at the very top of it, it had the word states written. And at least to me, in my personal opinion, when I am creating a graph, the only thing that should be at the top of the graph is the title of the graph. If there is anything else at the top of the graph and it is not the title, then I am very, very extremely confused, and I find that it is very disorganized and chaotic, right? I don't like it whenever there's other things at the top of the graph. But yeah, in this visualization, that's what happened. The word states was at the top of the graph, and then above the word states, there was the title of the visualization, right? So, I did not like that. And what I did was initially, whenever I saw that, right, I basically chose the option. I right clicked on it, and then I clicked on the button that said hide label, right? Then, whenever I was like looking at the solution that my professor had given to us, I noticed that the label was showing at the top, and I was like, well, shit, I should probably put it back so that my teacher does not, annoyingly take away any points from the assignment. So, I had to spend some time figuring it out, where I think what I honestly had to do, because I literally Googled, I Googled the information about Tableau Public. I Googled my question, and Google did not provide any help for me whatsoever. And I think the reason why is because I was using the product called Tableau Public, and that is very different from the Tableau desktop application that a lot of people use. And so the same features, the same, functions of Tableau don't exist equally in both of those two platforms, right? So that was like one example where I think what I had to do for that solution was I had to literally remake the entire worksheet. I had to create a new worksheet. I had to like kind of copy and paste the same type of stuff over, and I had to make sure that I did not click on the hide button for any of the labels or anything like that. So I had to do that. Another example of something that was like different with my version compared to the solution was that on the solution, right? Basically, there was a worksheet where I think you had to create, I think it was like a visual. I don't remember if it was a map or it might have been a bar graph, but there was a visualization, right, that I had to create. And you know how, like, sometimes with graphs, you have these things called legends where they explain what something means, right? So if you have like a bunch of numbers or whatever in your visualization, the legend will give you a label to put on those numbers to understand what is the significance of it. Are you talking about money? Are you talking about, maybe you're talking about temperature? Maybe you're talking about some other data value. You know what I mean? So you have these like legends that go off to the side of the graph that are used to identify things, right? Now, this like worksheet that I had, right? There was basically two different visualizations. One of them was measuring sales data, and then the other one was measuring profit data, right? And off to the side, there was the legend. And with the legend, whenever I created the visualization, at first, the legend showcased two things. It showcased sales and it showcased profit. However, the solution that, my teacher provided to us, it only showed the profit like label or the profit legend, right? So I was like, okay, well, I guess I should probably hide the sales legend if we don't need to see it. If it's not in the solution, right? Then it doesn't need to be there. So I clicked on the hide button. However, for some weird, bizarre reason, okay, so like I clicked on hide and it disappeared and everything looked great. And I was like, awesome, fantastic. So I clicked on the download button to turn the Tableau public file into a PowerPoint. And when I did that, what happened is the sales legend that was there that I had hidden, it appeared on the PowerPoint, except for it was it did not show any text. It did not say like sales or anything like that. There was no written words. It was only just like the picture of the legend itself. And I was like, why is this happening? This should not be happening. Like, this is weird. And I kind of thought about what should I do? What is the fix for it? And eventually I think what I decided to do is I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to edit the PowerPoint. So I had to go into the PowerPoint and I had to literally what I did was I took a text box, right? The you create a text box and you type words in it, right? I took a text box, I put it over the sales legend, and then I filled in that text box to make it completely white so that it would cover the entire legend and it would appear as if the legend was not there at all. So it was kind of like just this really, really dumb, very annoying workaround that I had to do for that worksheet, which I was not a fan of. I did not enjoy. So yeah, there was a lot of like, tedious and really just small details that were really, really annoying. You know what I mean? And it was just like a pain in the ass to deal with. And I was like, why is this happening? Like all of these small, tiny little details that I had to fix and micromanage, it turned the project from being one that would take me like half an hour, it turned it into one that would take me like an hour or an hour and a half to completely finish. And it was just such a total nightmare to do that once it was all over with, I was like, oh, finally, thank the fucking Lord. You know what I mean? So, I finished my second assignment, right? Now, the third assignment, the final one that, honestly, it was not anything new. It was not anything surprising. It was my accounting quiz, right? I started the quiz at about, I want to say 6:30 p.m., maybe about 7 p.m. in the evening, right? And the due date for the quiz was, I think, either 11:30 or 11:59 p.m. Now, as, usual, as always, this quiz had a total of 10 questions, written on the quiz, and every single fucking question on the quiz had like 30 different parts to it. So it was like question 1, part A, question 1, part B, question 1, part C, so on and so forth, right? So, unsurprisingly, this quiz took me so goddamn long. And I think one of the most annoying things that I struggled with, on this quiz, which I fucking hate that this exists, right? Um, like I do not have a problem, admitting it and talking about it. I don't care. Like it's not a thing where it's like, oh, he's caught, he's doing something he's not supposed to, blah blah blah. I literally could not give less of a shit. Anytime that there's like a quiz or an assignment like this, especially for a subject like accounting where I do not give a single shit about it, I will use, like AI. I will use like ChatGPT to help me out with it, right? So, I was using ChatGPT. I was asking ChatGPT questions on how I can solve these problems, right? And one of the most frustrating, angering things that I encountered is that so I was specifically using a program, a website called DeepSeek. If you guys have heard about it, it's called DeepSeek AI, and it's supposedly equally as good, if not better, than ChatGPT. Now, the reason why I decided to use DeepSeek and why I chose not to use the regular ChatGPT is, for those of you who have not experienced both of them, right? The big major difference is that with DeepSeek AI, you are allowed to attach files. Like you can attach an image, like a JPEG, or you can attach like a PDF or a PowerPoint or a Word document or whatever, and you can tell the AI to be like, hey, I want you to use this file that I've shared with you. I want you to use it to help me answer a question or whatever, right? Now, ChatGPT, you can do the same thing. However, there is a limit. ChatGPT will only allow you to use that function where you can attach files and upload files to ChatGPT. You can only do that for, I want to say, roughly maybe like the first 2 to 3 hours of you using the application. That's basically it. I don't know if it is based off of time. I think the way that it works is that after you ask a certain amount of questions, right? Like let's say hypothetically, after you ask 20 questions where you are attaching files and sharing data with ChatGPT, after about, let's say hypothetically 20 times, ChatGPT will be like, okay, you have officially run out of your free data that you can use for kind of utilizing ChatGPT, the most advanced version. Now we are going to go and revert back to an older model of ChatGPT. And when that happens, when the website goes back to the older model, you are not allowed to continue attaching files. You cannot, attach an image or, a Word document or anything like that, right? So yeah, essentially, long story short, the difference is that DeepSeek has no limitation where it's like, oh, after X amount of time, you aren't allowed to upload. It's just like whenever, wherever you can upload to DeepSeek, to DeepSeek AI. With ChatGPT, there is a limitation, unless you, of course, like pay for the premium version of ChatGPT, right? So I was using DeepSeek AI for this particular quiz, and I think that in the past, when it comes to like my homework assignments and whatever for accounting, I think for the most part, ChatGPT or DeepSeek in this case has been decently okay, right? Um, it goes without saying that DeepSeek AI is not perfect. Like it has its flaws and it's not always 100% correct. But in the past, I think that the lowest score that I ever got from an assignment, I think it was maybe either like a 70% or like an 80%, like a 70 something percent or an 80 something percent score on a homework assignment or on a quiz or whatever, right? Um, so, I don't really have a major problem with using, DeepSeek or ChatGPT. And I think that a lot of the time when it comes to, answering questions that are like very kind of like, how would I describe this? I guess the best way to say it is that if you are asking a question that does not involve like mathematical calculations to ChatGPT or to DeepSeek, then I think for the most part the AI is trustworthy and it'll give you a pretty accurate answer that you can rely on, right? However, I found out, very, very annoyingly, very frustratingly, I found out the hard way that essentially on Saturday, whenever I was using DeepSeek, I was asking DeepSeek to do some mathematical calculations, and what I found out is that DeepSeek AI cannot do simple fucking math. Like it is legitimately embarrassing. It is absolutely fucking idiotic that DeepSeek AI is not capable of doing simple mathematical calculations. To give you an example, so I'll explain it in this way. There is, well, there's multiple different accounting questions that kind of like have this, methodology to it. But basically, in accounting, there's this thing that exists where when you have like a financial document, right? And you are calculating the amount of like transactions that you have as like a business, for example. If you are calculating debit transactions and credit transactions, and you're doing so for a financial document such as an income statement or a balance sheet or whatever, right? You basically need to make sure that the amount of money that is the total amount of money for your debit transactions is equal to the amount of money of your credit transactions, right? I am not someone who is very smart with accounting. I'm not someone who has like a degree in the subject, so I can't really explain it very well. But basically, all you need to know is that when you are filling out financial documentation, your debit column needs to equal your credit column. They cannot be different numbers because when they're mismatching, that means that there is something very wrong with your accounting, with your calculations, right? So, at the end of the day, the totals of each column have to match. And I remember there was a question on this quiz that I was answering. And, I asked DeepSeek to basically help me answer the question, like tell me what are the categories that I need to fill out and how much, money, how much values to put in each column. So DeepSeek, it did do that. It gave me the numbers for the debit column and the credit column, right? And so, I was like, okay, cool. I entered the numbers and then I was like, you know what? I want to be 100% certain. I want to make sure that DeepSeek AI is not going to give me the wrong answer. Let me take these numbers and I'm going to calculate them myself. I'm going to add them up myself using a calculator on my PC. So I calculated the debit column. I was like, okay, cool. I got this number. Then I calculated the credit column. The number I got for the credit column was slightly higher than the debit column. And I was like, fuck, this means that there's a mistake, right? So I had to go through basically line by line and figure out like what the hell went wrong. And The thing is, right, I shit you guys not, when I was trying to work on like triple checking what the correct answer was and what the correct numbers were, I asked DeepSeek AI, right? I asked DeepSeek to recalculate the numbers probably about 5 or 6 different times. And every single time that it recalculated the numbers, it gave me an incorrect number. It gave me a wrong fucking number. And let me emphasize this to you guys. The calculations that I was asking DeepSeek to do, it was literally addition. It was number 1 plus number 2 plus number 3 plus number 4 plus number 5, so on and so forth, right? Give me the sum, the total sum of all these numbers. I asked DeepSeek to do this calculation like 6 or 7 different times, and it continuously gave me the wrong fucking number every single time. And I was like, oh, this is insane. This is ridiculous, right? The people out there who, they're concerned, they're worried, they're anxious about the idea of AI taking over the world and taking over jobs and whatever, all they need to do is look at this garbage. Look at the fact that AI cannot do simple fucking mathematical addition. No one should be worried. AI is legitimately just like objectively dumb as shit. It does not have an IQ. It is not intelligent at all. Um, yeah, it's fucking moronic. It's like a kindergarten child trying to do any sort of mathematical calculation, right? So this one question where I, decided to fact check the numbers and everything, I think I spent probably about half an hour on that one question, and it was absolutely ridiculous. And what I actually had to do, I got so tired and fed up of it, I opened up Microsoft Excel and I literally manually entered the numbers, like one by one by one by one. I just entered them and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go line by line and like quadruple check each number. And I found out that basically one of the numbers that, whenever I gave the data to DeepSeek AI and I was like, hey, DeepSeek, help me answer this question. DeepSeek gave me a number, and the number that they gave me was basically like, let's say it was, I think the number was like 11,800, right? The actual number, the real number, was like 12,200. So it was 400 off of the real number. And I don't know why it gave me this incorrect number. I don't know why it did some kind of, false incorrect calculation and got a completely different number that it should not have. Because yeah, it like all of the mathematical calculations that were happening when doing this sort of like accounting problem, it was literally just either addition or subtraction. That's it. One of those two mathematical operators. There was no multiplication happening, there was no division happening, nothing. It was literally just addition and subtraction. And for some godforsaken reason, DeepSeek AI was too goddamn idiotic to figure out how to do it. And I was like, this is, I don't know. If I was the creator of DeepSeek AI or ChatGPT and I saw this shit, I would be ashamed of myself. I would be like, what the fuck kind of, idiotic child creation have I, put into this world, right? It like, it blows my mind that something could be this dumb, right? A lot of people out there, they say that, they say that AI is going to be the future of the world. I don't know about that. I personally think AI is right now so incredibly stupid that it can't accomplish anything at all. Completely ridiculous. And so, yeah, long story short, there was 10 questions total on the quiz, as I mentioned, and I think I managed to, I managed to like get to 8 of the questions, right? And I think I finished the 8th question probably at about like 12, I'm gonna say roughly about 12:10 a.m. in the morning, right? So like 10 minutes after midnight, I finished the 8th question. And after I clicked on the next button to go to question number 9, it was like, oops, you've run out of time. Your assignment is being automatically submitted right now. And I was like, cool, okay, whatever. Like I ran out of time. That was what happened. And this is not the first time that has happened before. I've run out of time before on previous like quizzes or whatever, right? And yeah, I saw the score that I got. I think when I saw the score, it showed that it was like a 69.87% out of 100. So I got like, basically kind of like a failing score or a little bit below like a passing score. Because I think a passing score is like, 70% or higher. So I got like a 69.84 or whatever. And I was like, you know what? fuck it. Like, it is what it is, right? 69% on the quiz, it'll be fine. Like, I think that as long as I do the homework assignments, as long as I turn them in and I get, you know, an A on the homework assignments, I think I still should be able to easily pass the class without a problem. Yeah, it's just that these quizzes are absolutely fucking brutally ridiculous. I hate the way that they work, and I find them to be just like really, really evil is what I would describe it as. But yeah. So that happened, and basically that, you know, quiz, that accounting assignment was the number one reason why I could not go live and stream last night. Which is really frustrating, really annoying, but you know, shit happens. School is school. You can't really do anything about it. You kind of just have to try your best and live with what happens and then move on, right? So yeah. That's kind of like a recap of yesterday. But I'm here now. I'm live, and we're gonna enjoy some games. We're gonna enjoy some Lives of P, continuing on with the journey. Yeah. I did, you know, have to start my stream a little bit late because basically all throughout the day today, you know, my family, they were kind of like asking me to do different things, and you know, I really wanted to start my stream earlier in the day, but you know, for example, my mom, when she was she's been trying to like figure out how we're going to install this heater in my room, and during the entire day she's been like walking in and out of my room, kind of like, you know, trying to measure things, trying to, you know, plan out how we're going to install the damn thing. And so I wasn't really ever able to, you know, sit down and stream and go live earlier today. But I finally made it, you know, at the end of the day, because I told my mom, I was like, you know, if we're going to start preparing for installing this heater, we might as well start doing it like tomorrow or some other day, because right now, like, I looked at the time and it was like 9 p.m. whenever my mom was still trying to work on this heater thing and trying to figure it out. I was like, it's evening time. It's basically nighttime, the dead of night. Like, why are we doing this shit now? You know? So yeah. But in any case, we're live, we're here, and yeah, we're gonna do some Lives of P. Let me actually, I want to check something very quickly, chat. So, my dear good friend by the name
The
of
mindset though is just
oh my
get
god,
good,
dude,
which is a fair and honest.
why the fuck?
Thing.
I don't understand why this is happening. Hold on.
But I can't say.
Okay, I'm gonna check something, chat. Let me click right here. Why is this happening?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
What is going on?
That's more money out of the pockets. That hurts. That hurts. Oh man.
Why is that? I don't understand why that's happening. It never used to do this. It never used to do this. Huh. You know what? I'm gonna do that. And then let me see. What if I click on, let me try clicking on this. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I don't like this change. This is really annoying. So, you know, to explain what I'm referring to, chat, in the past, right, on the Twitch website, right, I would you know, I would go to my my page on Twitch where it shows like all the streamers that I'm following, all the channels that I'm following, right? And I would click on a stream, and what would happen is, like, on Twitch, the like volume that I normally put it for streams, I normally put the volume to 10%. 10% volume is my like default, what I usually settle for, 10% volume. And that's because, you know, a lot of the time the streamers that I listen to, for example, this streamer right here that I was checking out their stream, they talk pretty loud, kind of similar to I do, right? What I do. So, you know, I have 10% volume as like my kind of default on Twitch. And, you know, let's say that I click on a stream, right? So I click on a stream, it opens up the stream, and the stream will, you know, play at 10% volume. Or, you know, maybe it'll play at 100% volume, and then I manually change it. I manually update it and fix it, and I bring it down to 10%. Then what happens is, like, I will click on the button that goes back to the channels where I follow, you know, all of the streamers that I watch. I go to my following page, and then I click on a second, you know, a second channel, a second stream, right? And, you know, what happened in the past, right before, is that I would click on a second person stream, and when I opened up the second person stream, it would continue to stay at 10% volume. It would not change. It would be the exact fucking same, 10% volume. However, I don't know why, but recently Maybe Twitch had some kind of website update, or maybe my ad blocker is kind of causing this. But basically, I've noticed that when I click on a stream and I set the volume of the stream, let's say I do 10% volume, if I go and I, change to another person's stream, Twitch will randomly jack the volume back up to 100%. I don't know why this is happening, and I really, really fucking hate that it happens. Because, in my personal opinion, on Twitch, 100% volume is basically never, ever, ever desired. It's never something that I want, and never something that I need for a stream. I would say, like, at most, I sometimes might listen to streamers at like 50% volume, but never 100%, never ever in my entire life. So I find this to be really, really annoying, and I do not understand why it continues to happen. But yeah, it's absolutely crazy, absolutely ridiculous. In any case, I wanted to kind of like, show you guys this. So, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me see here. I'm gonna copy this. That's what I'm gonna do. Then I'm going to go back here. Then I'm going to go here, here, and paste. Going to update the volume, put it at 10%. There we go. Nice. Okay. So let me see here, chat. I wanted to show you guys this here. By the way, shout out to Rangex and shout out to Susanna. Welcome on in. Hope you guys are doing well. Appreciate you two lovely individuals, beautiful people. Let me see here. Let me change to browser. Let's go to Chrome. Nice. There we go. And then cool. Awesome. So yeah, basically I just wanted to like very quickly show you guys this right here. For those who don't know, I kind of like, I knew about this kind of vaguely, long ago whenever One Cup talked about it. But basically, One Cup of Water, he has played Souls games just like I have, and one of the games that he's played is Elden Ring. However, I found out a long time ago that he never actually finished the DLC for Elden Ring. And the reason why he never finished it, what I found out is that apparently he got stuck on a boss and he was not able to beat a boss, and he kind of gave up. Whenever he realized that he could not defeat the boss that was in front of him, he struggled, and he just decided to move on and play other games instead. The boss that he failed against and that he struggled against really hard was a boss by the name of Bale, right? Bale the Dread, who is a giant, massive dragon, right? And the cool thing is, the amazing thing is, so as you can see here, One Cup, he basically re-downloaded the game and he started playing it again. And earlier in his stream, right, basically I would say at the very beginning of his stream today, he opened up Elden Ring and he fought against Bale and he won. He fought Bale. I think he did like 2 fights against him. I think the first one he might have died, and then the second attempt that he did against Bale, he ended up winning and he beat Bale, which is really fucking cool. I'm very proud of him for doing so. And as you guys can see here right now, he is currently fighting against the final boss of the DLC, which is Consort Radahn. And he is seeing how far he can get, seeing how difficult this challenge is, seeing if it's possible to beat Radahn, on his own solo without any summons, without any help at all, which I very much 100% I admire him for, attempting to achieve this, because I never could, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I ever will. Like, I don't think there will ever be a time where I fight a boss like Radahn by myself without, summons or without, any help at all, right? Because I think that, yeah, like, for me, when it comes to Console Radahn in Elden Ring, I think his phase 1 is okay. His phase 1 is not really a big deal, and I've learned to, stay alive during phase 1. I've learned to, like, dodge basically every single attack that Radahn does, right? I think phase 2 of Radahn, though, is significantly worse. It is a really, really, really bad phase 2. I don't like a lot of the attacks that he does in phase 2, and, yeah, I feel like phase 2 is where, it is the thing that kills me basically every single time that I fight against him. Phase 1 is not an issue. It's not, you know, something that I have problems with. But yeah. So essentially, One Cup is kind of just doing his attempts, trying to fight Radon, seeing how far he can get, seeing how well he can do against the boss, and I'm very proud of him. I'm you know, really cheering him on and rooting for him, hoping that you know, he'll be able to clutch the victory at some point. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to tune in and see just very briefly, right? Damn, he got absolutely murdered there. Yeah. Radon Phase 2, it is it's so painful. So painful. You know, that's the thing I feel like at least in my personal opinion, chat, when it comes to something like yeah, when it comes to something like you know, Elden Ring versus Lies of P, right? I personally feel like, you know, the thing that makes Lies of P so good as a game is that it is very easy to learn bosses, get better at them, and eventually be able to solo the bosses in Lies of P. I think that you are given, you know, all of the different tools, the different resources to really shine and really, you know, do well against these boss fights in Lies of P. In Elden Ring, though, I feel like there's so much like jank, you know, there's so much like crap that happens in the game that is not very explainable, not very logical, not very fair and balanced, that it kind of makes it more challenging, more annoying, more frustrating to, you know, deal with certain bosses in Elden Ring. And yeah, like, you know, in my personal opinion, whenever I think about a boss like Consort Radon, you know, I think about this boss and I'm like, okay, do I think that I have a fun time, an enjoyable time fighting this boss in the game? Like, do I have any sort of positive emotion to fighting this boss, you know, whether it's by myself, whether it's with summons, whether it's in co-op with other people, right? And I think overall, the answer is no. I think that, like, I don't have this feeling of enjoyment or fun or happiness whenever I fight a boss like Radon. However, for bosses in Lies of P, I feel like if I spend the time to learn the boss, if I spend the time to get to know the boss better and understand the mechanics, eventually I can find a way to feel like I'm actually enjoying the fight and having a fun time experiencing, you know, what the boss has to offer, right? Um, you know, a very wonderful example of that type of situation is the boss in Lies of P by the name of Romeo. I remember at first I hated Romeo, and I thought that Romeo was like a really garbage boss in the game. But then I actually spent a lot of hours, a lot of time learning the boss and getting better. And when I did that, you know, I realized like, oh, this boss is actually not as overly daunting and difficult and challenging as I initially thought he was. And yeah, I kind of look at a boss such as Romeo and I think to myself, you know, even though he's not my favorite boss, even though there's better bosses than him, I don't really feel any hatred towards the Romeo boss fight. Whereas in a game like Elden Ring, I absolutely do have a severe hatred for some of these bosses because the way that they're designed, the way that their mechanics function, the way that the balancing feels, it's just like it's not good, you know. But yeah. In any case, chat. In any case, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I think I'm going to jump on into Lies of P. I'm gonna jump on into the game, and I'm gonna continue with my journey through you know, my own Souls game that I'm experiencing, and we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna enjoy day two of yeah, enjoy day two of our NG+2 journey is what we're gonna be doing. So let me do this, and then let me do that, and then let me do this. Fantastic. Awesome. All right. Chat, here we go. Day two of Lies of P. Officially starting. Where is it? There we go. Okay, where did we leave off here? I think we left off right before, like right as we were about to go into like the church area, go into the Saint Frangelico, right? So let's do that. Okay. Give me a second, chat. Okay. Making sure that everything is good to go, and then we do that. Oh, Osito. Hola, ¿cómo estás, amiga? ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, Modified. Okay. Here we go, chat. It's time. Let's see. Teleport. We are gonna go to... Nope, not here. Not here. This is the wrong one. Teleport. Moonlight Town. There we go. Yeah, honestly, chat, if I did not have to do the annoying homework assignments, the annoying, like, quiz and whatever last night, I would have been playing Lies of P, and what I probably would have done is I would have gone through this area offline and reached the cathedral, the chapel, and I would have,
These bodies,
you know...
could they be from Moonlight Town? Whoa, did puppets do this?
So, I would have, like, gone through this area offline, and I would have, arrived at the boss fight, you know? Oh, you're doing some editing, Modified. That's awesome. That's awesome, Osito. I hope your editing goes well. Hope you're doing well out there. And, yeah, appreciate you stopping by. Okay, bye-bye. This bozo. I know you saw me. Okay. Oh. Oh, he has some far range. Bye-bye. I did not realize that dude has some far range. Yeah, I see you, buddy. You love editing? People like what you do, so it makes you happy? That's really cool. Really, really cool. I will say, like, okay, I don't have any, you know, dislike for editing. I don't think that editing is bad, really. But editing, you know, does not really, it does not really make me happy. You know what I mean? Like, editing is a thing where, you know, I don't really have the technical skill to edit really well. I can only do, like, minimal editing. And so, to me, editing is more like a chore. It's more like something where, you know, I don't really love to do it, but I will do it, you know, if it is something that will benefit my content, right? Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. I don't remember what's here. Ooh, +1. I think I already do have this one, but I'll take it. I will take it. Ooh, nice jump, baby. Easy win. Okay. I don't remember if there's anything actually valuable. Anything for the content? Yeah. Anything to make the content, you know, look better, right? Yeah, I definitely understand that. Don't really need these items here, but I'll take them. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Not really sure how I want to deal with this one here. I don't remember if I can hit any of these guys through there, can I? Maybe there's a way that you can. That'd be really cool if I could. Okay. Like, ooh, I can target that guy, okay. Nope. Huh, okay. They don't really move, I see. Let me see here. Bye-bye. Wakey wakey. Eggs and bacon. Bye-bye. I think there's more guys around here. I think so. Bye-bye. Thanks for the chest. I will take this. Sure. Okay. Yay, okay, we made it. We are alive, chat. Probably not really worth it in the long run to go here, but oh well. It is what it is. Hmm. We'll do that. Just in case. Alright. How goes it, buddy? I know that you're gonna fight me, but I'm looking forward to it. Okay, let me see here. Humanity. Okay, okay. Alright, we're doing the right thing, chat. We are doing the right thing. Let's do that. And let's go.
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore. The cathedral isn't the sanctuary it once was. The people who went up there never returned. I still don't know what happened, but I do know this. The cathedral is off limits. Forever. If you're determined to pass, you must prove your identity. Who are you? Are you a stalker? Interesting. I thought all the stalkers died when the workshop tower collapsed. As for me, I'm as good as dead. A sinner who lost everyone I ever loved. I have no right to stop someone as determined as you. Please be safe up there.
Interesting. I did not know that you can skip this fight. Very interesting. Here we go, chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's Cable Railway. Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town, we hope your preparations for the Pilgrim's journey are well underway. Fascinating town, Moonlight, just fascinating. Back in the day, the only way to reach the cathedral was using a rope and pulley. So, thanks for building it on a cliff, Saint Frangelico. I kid. Frangelico, wonderful saint, wonderful. Anyway, next stop, the Bridge of Atonement. While you atone there, don't miss a magnificent view of beautiful Krot. It's been my pleasure, friends, and enjoy the rest of your journey. I've been your captain on this ride, Gemini! Well, not bad, huh? Oh, I really am good at this. When in doubt, let Gemini be your guide. You look annoyed. What'd I do? I'm sure it's fine. Let's get a move on, pal.
Nice. Gracias, Gemini.
Oh, something's off. Do you see that over there? I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected, but what is that? No idea what those things are, pal. Approach with caution.
I am very cautious. By doing that, I am keeping myself very safe. Okay. By the way, chat, for those of you who are not following and don't know, Modified Bear, who's in the chat, also known as Osito, playing through Lies of P right now, and they have gotten to an area with probably my #1 favorite boss of all time, named Victor. Victor is definitely an amazing boss fight, and Osito has just recently reached that area and is currently practicing and fighting Victor. Very, very well done. Very good stuff indeed. Yeah. You know, every time that I see Osito fight Victor, I'm always very glad that they are learning the mechanics, learning the patterns, and being able to block, you know, really well. Yeah, it's really cool seeing them, you know, get better and slowly get the boss more and more close to dying. Why is it that they only lock onto me now? I don't understand it. Really weird. I thought it was like close enough range to them, you know, at that point. Seems like I was unfortunately not. Bye-bye. Okay, very nice. Does this guy jump down at all? Probably not, right? Yeah, I don't think he does. Okay. Nicely done. And let's continue forward. Then you can fight against the god himself. True, true.
What is happening? What's their problem? Wait, their bodies are strangely altered. I don't know what's going on, but keep those eyes of yours open.
Okay. Let's see here. Nope, wait, wrong one. Very nice. Very, very nice. Gotta pray for all the poor ones who died, chat. Time to go find Mr. Giangio himself, hiding around in this area, huh? What's up, buddy?
Mercy, I beg you, don't kill me. I thought you were from the organization. Never mind. My name is Janjo. I'm an a pharmacist.
Sure you
Yes, pharmacist. I'm looking for the legendary gold coin fruit. I was able to use medicine to slow the infection spread. I have the petrification disease, and I need a cure. Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous. Read this. It'll explain things faster than I can.
Okay.
Many substances can be poisonous. The precise dose is what separates medicine from poison. The gold coin fruit might just be a myth. But in the midst of an epidemic, it might be our salvation. Can you let me know if you find it? I'll give you this by way of payment.
Okay.
The people of ancient Krot knew how to bottle a wish upon a star. They claimed special powers after distilling the wish into a cube made from a meteorite. I don't know how it works, but it's said to react to someone who has ergo and grant them power. If you can help me with the gold coin tree, I'll give you more of this.
Okay, okay.
Seems there's a new threat every day, friend. And no safe place in the world. No place to just take a breath. I'm headed to the St. Frangelico Cathedral. Perhaps find some peace there. If you find the gold coin tree, please find me there.
Okay. Very cool.
Seems there's a new threat. I'm headed to this.
Cool. Grab this item, whatever the heck it is. Might be an amulet. Break cartridge. Don't really need it. I think there's a better version. But I will still take it. We can sell it, you know. Excited because your birthday is in 2 days. Feliz cumpleaños. Feliz cumpleaños. That is a very, very exciting time. It's always nice, you know, having a summer birthday because everything's, you know, very warm. It's very interesting how, you know, you can very clearly hear that Romeo and the puppets, they want to protect the humans, and yet we are standing in their way, and we're kind of like acting as a threat to them, right? Bye-bye. Alright, let's keep going, chat. On to the cathedral. Probably my least favorite area of the entire game. It's... I don't know. There's other really annoying areas that I do not enjoy, but yeah. Yeah, the cathedral is a very, very dangerous place that I don't have fun with. Okay. Absolutely creepy. I remember seeing that, like, weird creature on my very first playthrough. I was like, what the fuck is that? I kind of knew that it was going to be a boss. I had a feeling. Nice. Okay, I remember this area. Bye-bye. Yeah, this platforming section was absolutely the worst. Okay. Nice. Up we go. One 116. Okay, okay. 4. All right. Okay. Dangerous. Almost fucked it up there. Literally, you know, moved my joystick a little bit too much to the right, and I fucking ran off of the edge there. Oh, how frustrating it is, chat. How frustrating. Yeah, this is one of the big reasons why I don't like this area, is because there's so much platforming that you have to do, and I do not enjoy the platforming. I wish there was a way that you could, like, basically find a creative shortcut, you know, and absolutely just bypass this entire area. Really? I thought I rolled that. I swear I pressed the roll button there, chat. I don't know what the fuck happened. Maybe it was because I only pressed the button one time rather than two. But yeah, I have no idea. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How the fuck did I not make that jump, man? Oh, that's diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Alright. Let's keep going, chat. We gotta do this. I feel like this area, you know, running through it is going to kill me way more than the boss is going to kill me. Bye-bye. Oh, wait. Nope. I have to wait for the opening. I completely forgot. There's a special opening. There it is. There we go. I got it, chat. After like 10,000 tries, I finally got it. Definitely not a scuffed attempt here. My biggest question that I have here is, like, what person designed a fucking giant ball of electricity to roll through a chapel? That's something where I'm like, what were people thinking? You know what I mean? Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, somehow made it. Nice. Shortcut unlocked. Legion magazine. I like that. I don't remember if there's anything up here. Seems like it's just an item. Yeah, not really worth picking up, but I'll take it. Alright, here we go, chat. Four and four? Okay, I can do that. Let's see here. All right. Nice. Bye-bye. Okay, I'll take that. Not too shabby. Let's go over here. Grab that. And here we go. This is, I believe, the very first Krot supply box that we get. Easy money. And then we have an elevator. Yay! And this brings us down to the library.
Archbishop Andreas once told me, always be true to myself.
Okay. Level up. Nice. Level 80. Let's fucking go. Alright, and then... How goes it, Cecile?
I'm surprised to see who's, well, alive. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Cecile, and I serve the Archbishop. I'm the only one left. Everyone's dead. From the petrification disease, or from the monsters. I didn't die. But my heart breaks more each day. Can you do me a kindness? Bring me the holy mark from the Archbishop's quarters. The Archbishop was a true saint. He was my savior. If I write his words into my heart, maybe it'll give me the strength to carry on. I can't die. But perhaps this can help me live again. Please, bring me the holy mark as quickly as you can.
Okay, alright.
I can't die.
Will do. Very nice. Wow, that still hits. Okay, interesting. I didn't realize it would. Advanced crank, let's fucking go. Legion caliber, let's fucking go. I'll take that. Ergo chunk, sure, sure. Alright. Onwards we go, chat. Oh, behind me. Can you stop throwing, like, random-ass chunks at me? I hit a wall. Wow, okay, okay. Interesting. So, I did not think that they would be able to chunk down my HP that much. That is quite surprising. Alright, alright. That's good information to know. So let's keep going, just like we did last time. Gonna avoid the trap this time. Really? Oh wow, they didn't fall down. Quite surprising. Alright, alright. Okay. Easy money. Alright. Up we go, chat. I believe this is where we get to meet good old Fake Alidoro. Our favorite merchant, our favorite NPC.
Damn it. I can't find the way out. Monsters everywhere. I need to grab my share and leave.
Why, hello there, Mr. Fake Alidoro. You definitely don't look very confident. Also, look at that view, chat. Look at that view. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Okay. Let me see here. I'm gonna check the wiki very quickly, chat. Let me take a look. So... Oh, I see. Okay, so every time that you lie to Alidoro, you get some humanity. That's good to know. Okay. Alright, we're lying to him. That's what we're doing. That is what we are doing, chat. I mean, it's kind of an easy thing to do, knowing that this is not the real guy, right? But anyways, let's see.
Oh, that's odd. I thought I was the only one with a sound mind here. Sure I don't need to introduce myself? Note these golden wings? Yes, you guessed it. You don't know who I am. Preposterous! Everyone in Krat has heard of me. Do you live under a rock? I'm Alidoro the Hound, treasure hunter extraordinaire. Yes, it's a nickname. I ditched my real name in the past. I'm looking for other survivors of this disaster, but it's been a lonely search, and there's danger around every corner. Do you know of a place where I can take refuge? Preferably someplace clean and comfortable, you know, civilized. Vanini Works. I didn't give that place much thought. That's where the puppets are being made, after all. But I heard tell of a shelter there as well. With no first-hand knowledge, I suppose I have to trust you. I have a lot of searching ahead of me, so why don't I lighten my load? Consider this an act of charity. A thank you gift. Take it.
Ah, how kind of you. How kind of you, buddy.
Since you're so helpful, I'll give you a peek at my collection. Show me what you're worthy of.
Very nice. Let's keep going, chat. Gotta get a move on, gotta eventually reach the good old boss fight. Alright, here we go. Bye-bye. Can't jump scare me, buddy. Okay. Holy mark. There we go. And what is this right here? Is this an amulet? Might be an amulet. Ooh, okay. Never mind. Not really that valuable since we do have better parts, or we will have better parts pretty soon, but I will still gladly take it. Okay, now we can get rid of all of the decay, all the acid around here. I really like this fire mechanic where you can drop the, you know, giant pot of fire, and it removes the area, you know, the sort of status effect around. I really like that. I wish that, you know, more Souls games would do something similar to that. Ooh, +2. Yo, that might be our first +2 amulet. Yo, that's really fucking cool. Okay. So if I go down here, I unlock this. There we go. Grab that. And there's the boss fight right there, chat. There is good old Archbishop Andreas himself.
Oh, thank you. Just seeing the Archbishop's holy mark renews my spirit. It's a reminder of the quiet power of faith. I'll remember this forever, Stalker.
Nice, nice.
It's a reminder of the... It's a reminder...
Okay. No more dialogue from her. Let's go ahead and rest. And then... let's teleport. I think we have maybe some items that we can buy from, perhaps Polandina, I think. And then we can also check the Legion upgrade machine, as well as check to see how much quartz that we currently have.
Welcome to Hotel. This is a supply box, Officially approved by the city of Krat. I shall open it and add it to the hotel shop. Many thanks, good sir. Welcome to...
Let's see here. Quartz, yep. I'll buy these, and... Sure, why not? Don't really need these, though. Okay. Then we need to grab our golden fruit, without a doubt. Let me go over here and check this, though. Let's see. Modify Legion Arm. Puppet String. Nice. That's what we like to see. Okay, okay. So we do that. I think fire should be fine. Then we'll go up here. Hmm. 64 is how much we currently have. I think I need to buy 2 of them. And then I'll buy an extra 3. Have a nice, clean 69 number. Very nice. Plus 7 fruit. And let me check to see how much quartz we have. We have 3 quartz. So 1 more quartz. And we are absolutely on our way to another upgrade, chat. Okay, okay. Very, very nice. Let me take a look. Let me see something here. How much do we have? We have 113, 112, 112. Okay, and we have a fire canister. Okay, okay. So far, we're doing well. We are doing very well. Alright, let's see how annoying this fight is going to be. This fight is going to be a pain in the butt, I think. However, I know that we can survive. I know that eventually, after a couple of tries, we'll get it. Let's go in, chat. God, this boss sucks. Absolutely horrifying. Okay. I thought I blocked that. Good. I thought I blocked that. I definitely did not block that. Definitely did not block that. Okay. There we go. Here comes the annoying phase 2 with a really annoying AoE attack that you basically have to run away from entirely. This thing literally has no face. It's all teeth. What a horrifying creature.
I'm a one-winged angel. Only I can sense the presence of God.
Oh. Okay. Oh, the final attack, yep. Sit your ass down. Okay. Easy victory. First try, baby. Let's fucking go.
And now, the stage is set.
Okay, okay. Very, very nice, chat. Twisted Angels
Want to go
Ergo.
back to the old Krat. The old me. Before the greed overtook me.
Yep, unfortunately you can't do that, buddy. Unfortunately, you can't rewind time. Let me see here. 2 levels? Okay, I'll take that. Alrighty then. Okay. So, we rest here. And I guess we continue moving this direction. Right? I hope so. Elevator time?
What in Krot's name happened here? I haven't a clue myself. There's gotta be someone at the hotel who knows something.
Surely. Surely they will have all the answers and we will be told all the answers right away. Path of the Pilgrim. Pinche el perro. El estúpido perro. No me gusta. Okay. Nicely done.
Once, Krot was just a small town on the coast of little importance. Before Elysian Boulevard was built, this place literally was all there was of Krot. But when some in the city prospered, they left the old town behind. Through isolation and neglect, Krot's first incarnation became nothing but dangerous alleys and desperate slums. On the bright side, I guess, the whole city of Krot's pretty much like that now. The old town caught up with the new. It's true what they say. A receding tide sinks all boats.
Okay. Let's rest here. Onwards we go, chat. Path of the Pilgrim. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. Is there anything over here? Oh, just the traps, I remember. Completely forgot about that guy. Ah, yes. One of my favorite weapons in the game in terms of, like, status effects, right? Okay. I'm gonna go back here, and I'm gonna rest, just because we've wasted way too many, pulse cells already. I don't want to continue wasting more. So let's just reset everything. Okay, am I able to get this guy? Actually, let me clear this, you know, area all the way down here. Where is it? Okay, so far so good. Nicely done. Easy money. Tomb, slums, entrance. I remember this part. Come on, lads. Get over here. One person only? I think this guy's one of the dangerous guys that we gotta be careful about. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I think the upgrade that we got, chat, from the P organ, where, you know, we now don't really have to worry about the Fury attacks at all. I think it's probably one of the... I would wager to say it is the best, like the #1 best upgrade in the entire game. Anything else over here? Anything else that I'm missing? Doesn't seem like it. What? I pressed the block button. Hello? Game. Are you dumb? Okay. There we go. Stupid wall was getting in my way. Okay. Fire abrasive, I like that, I like that. Alright. Then we take this lift up and we unlock the shortcut. And then after we unlock the shortcut, we can, what's it called? We can go ahead and take on the big bad carcass monster thing. I mean, there's several of the carcass monsters, but yeah, there's one guy in particular who's like guarding the area over here. By the way, chat, so recently, me and my family, right? We decided that we would go and do a little bit of shopping. And, you know, we went to the grocery store. And sometimes the grocery store that we go to, there's several of them that we buy from. But sometimes they have, what's it called? They have like this clearance section, right? This discount section. And if you buy items that are a part of the clearance, you get like, you know, sometimes 40% off, 50% off or whatever. And, you know, a lot of the time, the stuff that's in there, it's not really that amazing, right? It's not like, super duper good quality food or whatever. But sometimes you can find something nice. And, you know, one of the, items that was in the clearance section, it was a, what's it called? It was a bag of candy, right? It was a bag of, Slum Shack Key. Okay, okay. It was a bag of candy. It was a bag of this right here. I can show it to you guys. It is Airheads Extremes. And if you guys don't know what this stuff is, it is basically, like, it is basically, drugs. It is delicious. Absolutely, really, really good. And, I remember when I was a kid, right? I would, you know, anytime that I would go to, like, a gas station, or I would go to, you know, a business, such as, for example, a bowling alley, or, you know, any other establishment that sold candy, I would love to get this stuff because, you know, for those that don't know, I'm a person that really enjoys sour candy. I like sour candy a lot, and I especially like it when it's like a mixture between sweet and sour. If it's like sour candy and then you like suck on it and then it becomes sweet, I really like that. So this, you know, candy is really, really delicious, and I can't stop myself from snacking on it every once in a while. But yeah, basically, this is what it's like. It's like a tiny little pillow, like a cube or a rectangle, and it's chewy overall. I think that it's not like very tough. It's not like you know, it's not like a lollipop or you know, a sucker or anything like that. It's more akin to like a gummy, but it's not like super duper duper soft like a marshmallow. You know, it's more a little bit more tough, a little bit more consistent. But yeah, it's really delicious. Ow. Okay. So that enemy, from what I understand, you need to be able to like, you know, kind of block all of his attacks. If you miss one of the attacks, you will definitely not be able to block the following attacks. You, get over here. You don't get to interrupt me. I was in the middle of fighting that bozo. There we go. Alright. What the heck is over here? I actually don't remember. I think I went here maybe on base game, but on New Game Plus, I definitely did not go here. Is this a weapon, maybe? This might be a weapon. Oh, no, it's a, an armor part. One that we did not really need, to be completely honest. Bye-bye. Gotta watch out for the traps on the floor. Okay. It feels kind of weird that there's like this, you know, area underneath here. Yeah, it feels like, you know, there's this area underneath a bridge, and it looks like, you know, maybe it should be inhabited by someone, but there's like, you know, no one there. And so, you know, it kind of just feels a little bit lacking, where it's like, huh, maybe they forgot to add something, you know, in that area that they were meant to. Or perhaps it could be something where, like, in the DLC, that particular area is important, you know? Not bad, not bad. Okay, interesting. Up we go.
I test 1 2 1 2. We have a schedule update for the intruder. It's time. Tonight!
Nice. Nice. Easy peasy. Yeah, once you realize that the carcass monster right there, he's basically the exact same one that you fight later on when you go to the, you know, Isle of Alchemists. I think it becomes a lot easier to, you know...
Now, here's a safety reminder for all the malcontents of the Marlin district. A nasty puppet has invaded our territory. Be careful.
Yeah, so it kind of, you know, makes it a lot easier to handle that guy whenever you realize that he's the exact same bozo that you fight in the Isle of the Alchemists. God, oh god, I hate this platforming. Weapon, maybe? Might be a weapon. Amulet? Technique amulet +2. Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere, chat. Took some damage there. Ripperoni. Okay, very, very nice. Let me actually level up before I forget to do so. Level 83. Okay.
Oh, I saw you go into the factory. But you're here. So, wait. You came out of the factory? That's a new one.
I thought you would have been burnt to a crisp. But look at you. All intact.
Brother, being too frank is rude. We should praise him for being stronger than he looks. Why not join forces? Play our cards right, and we could defeat the villains who rule this area.
They're the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. The baddies who torment the residents around here.
We heard their hideout is stuffed with treasure. And it's a good time to liberate this place as well. Pretty sweet deal, don't you think?
All you have to do is create a distraction. That's it. The rest we can handle.
So, you gonna do it?
Nah.
You are smart. It pays to second-guess things in Krat. You'll live longer.
Loners don't last around here. Let us know if you change your mind. We'll be waiting.
Nope, I don't think I will. I do not think I will. Hello there. Goodbye there. See you later, alligator. Okay. I like that.
Here's a news bulletin. This just in. The intruder turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will be waived for anyone who hunts it down. What a deal! Now hurry up and run, you idiots!
Gotta wait for this guy to notice me. There we go. Okay. Bye-bye. Still no +1 or +2 for the Patience Amulet. Kind of, pain in the ass. Alright. So I think we want to go this way. Okay. Nicely done. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Weapon? I think this might be a weapon. Yep, I knew it. Bone-cutting saw blade. You know, apparently, chat, they say that the bone-cutting saw blade, it is one of the best weapons, I think, for general usage. Just because that weapon, I think it just, like, it has high stats, if I'm not mistaken. And so, you know, utilizing that weapon, it, apparently scales very well. And so you're able to, like, you know, apply acid or apply fire or whatever to that weapon. And, it'll do big damage. At least from what I understand. Okay. I believe this is a quartz, if I'm not mistaken. Easy money. That's what we like to see. Okay. So now, let's see here, chat. We run up here. Oh, okay. I remember now. I remember with my big brain and my big memory, chat. Okay. Oh, he dropped something. Legion magazine, I like it. I like it a lot. Easy one hit. Wow. Oh, he has multiple hits. Interesting, interesting, okay. I didn't realize that that enemy, you know, was such a long combo hitter. Up we go. Nice. And I don't think that we're missing any other blue items, so that's good. Go all the way down here. Okay. Nice try, buddy. Unfortunately, your tricks don't work on me. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I did not realize that the dog had also a very, very long combo. Hello there, rabbit.
It's funny seeing I'm all flustered. Hey, the idiots actually.
All right. Bye-bye. I don't remember if there's anything up here. This might be a debate. Oh, it's not. Okay. Fable Catalyst. I like that. I like that. Hmm. There we go. Not really worth killing that thing, but at the very least I can grab these items peacefully, you know, without things chasing me down. Oh, this thing doesn't break. Bye-bye. Let me just grab all the blue items around here so I don't have to do that ever again. Okay. Is there any blue items up here? Doesn't seem like there is. Anything that I'm missing? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Good old shortcut unlocked. Beautiful. Alright. Let me say hello to my favorite merchant over here. Sells all the goods and trinkets.
I thought there were no more survivors. But you're new. I do love a bit of commerce, but the bosses are really strict about who I'm allowed to sell to. Are you with the Black Rabbit Brotherhood? I like your honesty, kid. But you should know that if you're not one of us, the bosses will feed you to the monsters. If you, give me a little something, I feel like I'll remember that you belong here. How does that sound? Call it evidence of sincerity. Sure, we can do that too. Remember, it's not me. It's the bosses who are so strict. I'm just hustling to survive, you know? Hit me up if you change your mind.
Interesting. So, chat, there's an item that I completely forgot to grab. Legion Caliber, let's fucking go. I think... Let me see, where is this item? It is... I think it's here, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty sure it's at the very, very beginning of the area. So let me take a look. So, if we go here... Hmm. Nope, it wasn't there. Alright, we're going back. Yeah, we're going back, chat. I remember there's like this area that has these grave sites. And in this area, there's an item you can pick up. Let's try going backwards. We're gonna go going this way. Aha, I think it's this one right here. Yeah, the smiling bunny mark. Okay, okay. So let's go and teleport back to Malum. And I think we can show the NPC this item. I think so. If we can't, then that's really unfortunate. What that basically means is that we accidentally chose the wrong dialogue option, and it locked us, you know, out of it. But it's worth checking, just to be sure. And then if we can't do it, then it is what it is, right?
I like your honesty. If you give me a little something, I feel like I'll just show me your sincerity.
Dim, vivid, radiant. Yeah, so it looks like we can't show him the mark.
If you just show me your sincerity. Oh, I completely forgot. You must be new, eh? Go ahead and take a look. Let's keep this between us, eh?
Alright, let's see here. Nah, don't need that. Don't need that. How much do we have? 100, 96, 97. Yeah, we have a good amount. 113, 112, 115. Okay, okay. Alright, for the time being, we're chilling. Yeah, unfortunately, chat, we got the wrong dialogue option that we chose for that vendor. We should have picked up the item first before talking to him, but it's perfectly fine. We only, I think the bribe that we gave him, it was like 100 ergo, and that was it. So it's not really like a crazy amount, you know? Alright, so, let's see here, chat. We're gonna go and grab our golden coin fruit. And then, after that... Very nice. So we can go over here. Let's level up. Level 84. Okay, okay. And then... Let's see here.
At the House of Vanini. Oh dear. This is the mark of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, a notorious band of stalkers. The stalkers as a unified force ceased to be after their defeat at the Battle of the Workshop Tower. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood took over the Marlem district after that. I believe you could use this mark to move safely whilst on the Black Rabbit Brotherhood's turf, to use their unsophisticated vernacular, and give you entree to the black market as well. But be careful, sir. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood is quite infamous for how they treat interlopers. If they catch you, they'll put you in the liar's coffin. Yes, I believe it is as unpleasant as it sounds. Ah, and I see we have new physical records to catalogue for the collection. Such effort deserves commensurate reward, don't you think?
Very nice.
At the House of...
Alright. What's up, Vanini?
I've been investigating the puppet frenzy, and it looks like I need your help. First, let me show you a little something I've been working on. I call it the Ergo Wavelength Decoder. The name lacks a certain flair, but I assure you it works. If my suspicions are correct, something in the puppet's very ergo is causing their aggression. My decoder can find malicious signals within the waves, but I cannot possibly get close enough to gather the ergo wave records myself. You, on the other hand, would you? Could you? I refuse to believe the King of Puppets is truly behind this puppet rampage. It's too simple, but also a bit too much even for him. No. I suspect the ergo itself is corrupted, or at least compromised. I do so desperately want to find the cause, as I'm sure you do too, my friend. It breaks my heart to see puppets turned into murderous tools of bloodshed.
Okay, very nice.
I always will.
Alright. Give me a second, chat. Gonna go ahead and check something real quick. Okay. Alright, we'll do that. There we go. Then we'll do that. We'll do this, and we're gonna do this. Perfect. Okie dokie, chat. So, let's go to the next boss fight, chat. Let's see. Teleport? Oh, by the way, that is true. That is true. Completely forgot about that. Let's go and visit Alidoro, and then we can go and visit Cecile, or at least what remains of Cecile after she left. And we also have, I believe, the sick boy who, you know, is best friends with Police Officer Murphy that we have not yet talked to. Alright, where the heck did Alidoro go? Sup, buddy?
You? I didn't think we'd ever meet again. Can't say I'm happy to see you, though. Sorry, I let my frustration get the better of me. This place is crawling with hostile puppets. You must have known that, but you still sent me here. Honor and trust are everything to this hound. You've insulted me to the core. I'll never forgive you. But perhaps there's a shred of decency in you? So I'll ask again. Do you know of a safe place? Nice try, but I've been there already and I know better. The puppets have already destroyed that place. Again, you spurn my trust. But even a brave soul like me cannot afford another enemy in times like these. I shall show you mercy. Perhaps it will inspire a nobler spirit in you. But beware, do not fool me ever again.
Surely I won't, surely.
You tricked me with your lie. You disappoint me. But I'm no stranger to beneficence, so I shall let it pass one more time. Know that even my forgiveness has its limits. Remember, the hound's fangs crave the traitor's neck. You tricked me with it. Remember.
Such bold words.
Is the only other option.
Such bold words from a scammer like fake Alidoro. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Alright, teleport. Thank you for your kindness. I'm a sinner who murdered innocent people in the past. I couldn't suppress the monster in me. Only the Archbishop saved me. Of course, he was a human who makes mistakes. Even saints succumb to wealth and power. But at least I can live as myself, and that's a huge blessing. So yes, I believe that he was a saint. Now you open the second path. Thank you for letting me live as a human, not a monster. Farewell, Cecile. Ripperoni Cecile. Well, I mean, it's better than her turning into one of those carcass monsters and, you know, getting absolutely demolished. Let's see here. Let's go here. I think this is where the boy is located. It should be this area, at the very least. Wait, did I not pick up the item, chat? Where did I get the item from? I don't remember. Maybe there was an enemy that I skipped or something.
If only we could play Murphy.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So there's like this item that you can get, which is it's a whistle that you can blow. And I completely skipped it, it seems. I don't know where the heck it is. Let me take a look here. Lies of P. Let's go to whistle. On a bench with candles near Krot City Hall Courtyard Stargazer after defeating the boss Scrapped Watchman. Very interesting. Okay. So, I guess we need to go to the Stargazer where we fought Scrapped Watchman. Yeah, that's very interesting. I would have thought that if there was, like, you know, an item laying around, I probably would have grabbed it. But I guess I, like, did not see it, maybe. There it is. Alright. Back we go, chat. One more time. Okay.
Hey, that sound. Is that you, Murphy? I know that whistle. It must be Murphy. Thanks for coming by. I want to play, but I feel too sick. I don't think I can. I miss Zach and Sophie and Eric. I wish we could all play.
Rest in peace, Toma. Rest in peace, buddy. Alright, chat. Here we go. Malum District. Onwards towards the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Legion Arm, we're gonna go for Fulminous. Grindstone. Gonna go for Electric. Let's see here. Alright, I think everything looks good, chat. Alright, here goes nothing, chat. So, to give you guys some context, right, for those of you who basically have not seen my previous New Game Plus playthrough as well as my base game playthrough, I think on both base game as well as New Game Plus, I believe that I have, you know, summoned a Spectre and used the Spectre to help me. Just because I don't like boss fights where there's like multiple people, multiple enemies or bosses against one me. It just feels very unbalanced, right? But I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to see if I can do this boss fight alone without the help of a Spectre and see how it goes. It's going to be very challenging, but I think after doing a little bit of practice of it, we should be able to get it down. So yeah. Going to go to sleep, but you need to see this fight. True. Appreciate it, Osito, for, you know, watching. Alright. Let's fucking go. 1 cup of water. How are we doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome on in, Raiders. Confirmed indeed. We did not beat Radon. Ah, come on, 1 cup. I believe in you, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. I know you have it in you, buddy. Yeah, let me tell you something, 1 cup. I think in the DLC, Radon is one of the most bullshit fights ever. I fucking hate Radon. I think, you know, his phase 1 is perfectly fine. I can master his phase 1. I can, you know, dodge every single one of his attacks. Phase 2, though, that's where I'm like, holy Jesus fucking Christ. Like, this man needs to stop throwing the holy damage attacks. It's really bad. I despise his phase 2 so much. But I will say, at the very least, I'm extremely proud that you, defeated Bale. That was an epic victory. 2nd try on the stream. That is really fucking cool. Yeah. Phase 2 is so bullshit. You see the same combo, but the lasers close the window of attack so fast. Yeah. 100%. 100%, yeah. Yeah, so 1 cup. I don't know how familiar you are with, like, the different strategies against Radon. There is a very, very popular strategy, a very famous strategy, where essentially you go for a lot more of a defensive build, and what you do is you have, like, a massive shield that gives you a lot of defense reduction, and then you have a thrusting weapon, right? A thrusting sword, and you basically hold the shield up, block the attacks, and then you poke Radon over and over and over again. And it's a confirmed effective strategy to use against his boss fight. I understand that it's not for everyone. Like, not everyone loves that strategy. A lot of people dunk on it, they clown on it, they think it's kind of like a cowardly strategy. But that is basically what I ended up using against Radon. I was so sick and tired of losing. So sick and tired. Yeah, like, I think in the entire Elden Ring DLC, I basically used whatever weapons, whatever spells that I wanted to, right? I was the one who decided how I wanted to fight the bosses, but Radon was the only boss in the entire DLC where I was like, okay, I'm going to swap my build. And yeah, I ended up, I remember, so on, I think on New Game Plus 7, I summoned other people to help me in co-op because I was like, yeah, this is rough, this is ridiculous. And then I think on New Game Plus 8, I think I might have done it, but I didn't do it by myself. I used a spirit summon. I think I might have used Black Knife Tish, maybe. Either her or Mimic Tear. I don't remember. But yeah, that was like the closest that I ever got to doing it solo. Yeah, that fight is, oof, it is rough. It is really, really rough. Yeah. You've heard of that, but it's not your style. I feel that 100%. Like, I had to change the way that I fought the boss just because I was so sick and tired of dying to Radon. Don't know if you saw the way you play, but you're hella greedy. Yeah, I noticed that, like, you know, every time you would do an attempt, you were very aggressive with your attacks, which is not the worst thing ever. Like, that's a solid strategy if you're able to, you know, find good windows of opportunity, and if you're able to, like, stagger the boss. That's really good. But I would say when you are doing a boss fight that is very lengthy, that's drawn out, being overly aggressive can be dangerous and risky, without a doubt. So yeah. Cool and different way to beat a boss, but it's not for you. That's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't wanna like, you know, bend to a specific build, bend to a specific playstyle or whatever, don't do it, right? No one's gonna force you to. It's not like, you know, it's not like you have to do it in order to enjoy the game or have fun or whatever. So, yeah. But it was great seeing you live, One Cup. I appreciate you a lot, homie. I hope to see you live a lot more. I know that, you know, you mentioned work has been kicking your ass. I totally understand. School has been kicking my ass, without a doubt. I fucking hate my classes right now. So I get it. But I hope to see you live a lot more, and I hope to catch more of your streams in the future, homie. But yeah, Raiders, welcome on in. How are we all doing today? I am currently going through my New Game +2 journey of Lies of P. This is day 2, and we are about to fight a very annoying boss fight with multiple enemies that pisses me off. Yeah, and so we're having a fun time. We're going through the game little by little, working on eventually getting 100% Steam achievements, you know. So yeah. Oh no? Yeah. It is indeed One Cup. Your memory is good. Yep, this is the very first Brotherhood fight. Very first one. I think on base game, as well as New Game +1, I fought this fight using a Spectre, because I was like, yeah, I do not want to, you know, I don't want to do a 1v3 or 1v4 fight. It's not balanced, it's not fair, in my opinion. But, yeah. So yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you guys enjoy your stay. If you have to go, you know, grab some food, grab some water, maybe go to bed. I totally understand it. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day or night. Yeah, let's go. Let's dive on into the fight, shall we? I think that's a smart idea. Take whatever energy you have left that Radon didn't strip of you. I will do that. Knock that door down, baby. Let's get in there. I don't know why this dude is wiping down his clothing when it's like raining. It's like a typhoon out here, and this dude is like, I can't let my clothing get wet. Like, bitch, you're in the rain. All of us are in the rain. This girl is kind of a baddie, though. I kind of like her. The liar's coffin, huh? How fancy.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Mine! Move for me, brothers! Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
Okay. Okay. Right.
That's it! It's my turn! So this is Geppetto's puppet, huh? Gotta admit, he knows what he's doing.
Nice.
Yeah, I've seen this before. Let's finish this.
I'm stuck.
You're no bastard. You're a sweeper. Where's news of yours?
There we fucking go. First try, baby. Let's fucking go. Easy money. Eat shit, all of you. This is hella disrespectful, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Get fucked.
Damn you. You'll pay for that.
Maybe. Maybe I'll pay for that. Maybe I won't. But today, I ain't paying shit. Eldest brother dead. Mustard. Yeah, so if you don't know, One Cup, I actually added on my channel, I think 3 different channel point redemptions. 2 of them are the exact same thing, except for one of them is a longer version. And then the third one is a different sound clip, a sound bite. And if you want to, you can redeem them. But I think like each one, there's a cooldown, so you can only redeem them. I think it's like once every 10 minutes or something. I might change it. I might change it to like once every 5 minutes or something like that if I'm feeling generous. But they're kind of just fun little sound bites to use, you know, for any chatters out there that want to. But I also added it to my stream deck as well. So I have 4 different sound bites here. There's the one you heard just now, and then there's the extended version of it, which is this one right here. Yep, there we go. That's the extended version. And then the other one that we have is, we have this one.
Reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, to my babies.
Yep, that's the short version. And then we have the long version here, which is, I think it includes like 1 line of the song, like 1 lyric.
Reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey, to my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli.
He just woke up looking for the broccoli, as you do on any day of the week. We all wake up and we look for that broccoli. That's what life is, right? But yeah, I just added those for fun, kind of a little gimmick thing, and I like to have the sound effects whenever I achieve something pretty damn dope during my streams, especially at the end of a boss fight. So yeah. But let's see here. Let's see. Ooh, 63,000. That's a pretty good amount of ergo. I like that. No wonder your days suck. You don't find the broccoli in the morning. True. Sometimes, man, the broccoli is just really well hidden. Sometimes it's really hard to find where it's hiding around. Okay. Yeah, so that was a really good victory, because I think on both New Game as well as New Game Plus, I basically fought that boss fight using a Spectre, since I did not want to, you know, yeah, I did not want to make it into like an unbalanced, unfair fight. And this was the very first time that I beat it solo, which is really, really cool. Honestly, in Lies of P, the throwable items that we have, they're so fucking powerful. So good. Yeah, so I think that, like, anyone out there who wants to know, like, how can they improve at boss fights, use the throwables. They are life-changing. Really, really good shit.
Hey, check this out. Looks like you, sorta. From a certain angle. You know, if you squint. No, I'm just kidding. No, it looks exactly like you. I mean, you see it, right? With the nose and the... Right?
I don't like how this guy just pointed out the nose right away. Why do you have to go for that feature? I feel like that's a little bit rude, you know? Alright. You never use throwables. When you were playing Lies of P, you never use your arm either.
You have no idea how happy I am to see you, Mr. Stalker.
Hello there, Giangio. I know who you really are, buddy.
Hello. It's a relief to see you. I'll get straight to the point. I found the gold coin tree. Who knew it was right beside us? But there's a problem. When I tried to pick the gold coin fruit, it resisted me. I couldn't even get close. It actually burned me. It's probably because I have the petrification disease. Pathetic, yeah. So close, yet so far. If you pick some gold coin fruit for me, I'll give you a reward.
Sounds good.
I never expected to see the gold coin tree in a place like this.
Me neither, buddy. Me neither. Yeah, honestly, One Cup, I feel like at some point, you gotta come back and replay this game. I don't know, I sent you, like, an article in the DMs. I don't know if you saw it. If you didn't, honestly, I don't blame you. Like, it's perfectly fine if you were busy and whatnot. But, I found out some news that, when they release the Lies of P DLC, they're going to be releasing a, toggle that allows you to basically change the difficulty of the game. And, you know, I said it very sarcastically, very jokingly, right? Where I sent you the article in Discord, and I was like, maybe after this DLC comes out, you can come and replay the game again. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, if you are playing Lies of P, and if you are struggling, you know, and you're not using the different resources, like the throwables and the Legion Arm and whatever, you are really making it more difficult for yourself, without a doubt. Yeah, using the throwables, using the Legion Arm, it can be the difference between, you know, life and death, basically. Really, really good shit. But yeah. Alright, Hotel Crot it is, baby. Back we go. Okay, we need to, first of all, I think we need to talk to Alidoro. What's up, buddy?
Oh, it's you. This hotel is indeed a refuge from the dangers of the outside world. I am the Hound, a descendant of the city's most aristocratic families. Repaying debts is what we nobles do. Betrayal creates a debt that is particularly hard to pay back. But I am a man with generosity and mercy in abundance. I shall give you the honor of viewing my treasure, so that you may apologize.
How gracious of it.
However, you must prove your worthiness. For this legendary treasure, the ego of a powerful enemy shall suffice. It's up to you if you want to make the exchange. Take your time to admire it. I've certainly done likewise.
Okay, we have 4 different weapons that we can get if we want, but we already have them. We already unlocked them. So, we don't need to buy anything just yet. Let's go and have a chit-chat with good old Geppetto. And we also can upgrade our P-Organ, which is going to be really, really exciting. Where is the old man? There he is. Why, hello there, father.
You're back. The Malum district was as grim as we feared, was it not? But with the Black Rabbit Brotherhood out of the picture, we can focus elsewhere. And why not strike at the root of the problem? The King of Puppets' lair is on Rosa Isabel Street. Perhaps the puppet frenzy will come to an end if we can take down their king. Go to Antonia and get the key to Rosa Isabel Street. I already let her know you'll be coming by. I always remember these favors you've done for me, though it pains me to send someone so precious into such peril. This portrait... I remember it fondly. I thought it was lost forever. I had no idea the Black Rabbit Brotherhood had stolen it. To think that you have brought it back to me. Forgive a foolish old man his memories. Memories of a happier time, my son. I know just where to hang it in the hotel.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Planning on getting back into the game when the DLC drops? Hell yeah. Honestly, I highly recommend it. Because, you know, One Cup, I suppose, you know, it is definitely possible for me to reveal this information and spoil it. So I would say that if you don't necessarily want to be spoiled on this thing, then I would probably look away from my stream within the next 5 minutes or so. But what I will say is that, you know, when you played Lies of P, right, your very first experience, if you had any, like, major complaints with the combat, with the mechanics of how things worked, what I can tell you is that as you play the game more, there are things that you can do in the game that will improve the combat mechanics and make it easier for you to play the game, make it better for you to play the game. Yeah, that's what I can say, you know, without giving away too much information, being as vague as possible. But yeah, so if you don't want to see any, like, spoilery stuff about the game, if you care about that stuff at all, then I would say you should probably look away from my stream for, like, the next maybe 5 minutes or so, and probably mute my stream as well so you don't hear my ugly mouth talking. But, yeah. We need the DLC right now. Yeah, the DLC is going to be absolutely magnificent whenever it does release. Okay. That's honestly perfect timing for that upgrade, because during the next major boss fight that we do, the boss has a very, very dangerous attack that he can do where you swing at him and then he basically perfectly parries your attack and he does an immediate counterattack. So that upgrade that we just now picked up will be very beneficial for that. Time for you to go to sleep, because 2 hours of sleep wasn't enough. Yeah, 2 hours of sleep is never enough for anyone at all. But have a great night, Osito, and best of luck in your next Lies of P livestream. Alright, let's see here. Okay. And then, let's see here. It's not bad. I'm taking this one. There we go. Very, very nice. And then what is this one right here? Legion arm slots. It's not bad, but do I really need it? Probably not. What's going on, Yvain? Welcome on in, homie. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome on, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream today, Yvain? What were we up to? Power Wash Simulator. The Pride has arrived, my man. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, how was your stream today, Yvain? I stopped on by for like a couple minutes before I started my own stream. And I think like at the very beginning, I thought your stream said Balatro. But then it seems like you swapped over to Power Wash Simulator, probably after playing a substantial amount of card gambling, as one does, right? Nice. Okay, so you did both. Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's awesome. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. I actually, it's very interesting. I swear that this past, I think it was Thursday. Was it Thursday that you went live? I thought you said that like the entire weekend you were going to be busy with family, and I thought you said that your next stream was going to be next Thursday. And so when I saw you go live today, I was like, yo, okay, let's fucking go. My man Yvain is grinding. I like it. I hope you and the family are doing well. Hope you guys are enjoying the Memorial Day weekend. And, you know, hopefully you guys are going to be doing something nice, something potentially fun tomorrow. Yeah. Found some downtime. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. That's what we like to hear. Some downtime to freely game and unwind. Yeah, that's dope. Fucking amazing. Yeah, man, but thank you so much for the raid, Yvain. Hope your stream was a complete total blast of awesomeness. And welcome on in, Raiders. We are basically just continuing on with my New Game Plus 2 journey. We just now finished a boss fight. And we are now heading on to a brand new area of the game, which has one of the hardest bosses of the game. But a boss that is very manageable if you learn the boss properly. Yeah. How's New Game Plus going? It is New Game Plus 2, and it is actually going not too bad. I think that the pace that we're going at, the progression we're doing, it's very, very respectable. I like it a lot. Yeah, I'm really, really enjoying New Game Plus 2. The crazy thing is, right, and this is like a little tiny bit of spoiler, you know, material for anyone out there who plays Lies of P, or maybe you want to play Lies of P. It's a little bit of a spoiler territory, but I found out that as you go into more new game cycles, right, I don't know if this one is the final cycle that it happens, but as you play the game more and more and you replay the game over again, you unlock more and more upgrades to your character that make your character a lot more powerful, a lot more like smooth and optimal in combat. And I will say, in New Game Plus 2, there's an upgrade that we unlocked quite a while back during the beginning of New Game Plus 2. And this particular upgrade, I'm not going to say what exactly it was because of like slight spoilers, but this particular upgrade is a game changer. I think that it made the game a lot more manageable, and I think that anyone out there who, you know, maybe you're not necessarily a super duper experienced veteran Souls player, if you have the perseverance and the determination to play this game and replay it and learn the game and get better at it, in New Game Plus 2, there's an upgrade that will basically, the way I would describe it is, this is a little bit of an exaggeration, of course, like it's a little bit of a hyperbole, but I would say that it probably cuts the difficulty of the game down by 50%. It makes it half as difficult as it was before. Now, don't get me wrong, this game is still very hard. It is very challenging, and you will struggle, just as I struggle. But if you get this particular upgrade in New Game Plus 2, it is really, really nice. It is such a good quality of life. Yeah. It's a huge, huge upgrade. Yeah. Basically, I guess to give like a little bit of a hint of what it is without like giving away the specific details and mentioning it in full, this particular ability, there are certain enemy attacks in this game that are very, very, very tricky, very difficult to master, to learn. And this particular upgrade that you can get in New Game Plus 2, it makes it to where you don't really have to learn how to perfectly handle those attacks. Like, you can still make mistakes, you can still, you know, get hit a little bit and lose a little bit of HP, but you're not going to risk your life and you know, risk your character dying in one hit from those dangerous attacks if you get this upgrade. It's really, really beneficial. So yeah. But in any case, yeah, that is what we're up to. Welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you so much. For any of you out there, if you guys need to grab some food, grab some water, or any drink, maybe even go to bed, get some sleep, do that. Don't feel obligated to stick around and feel forced to watch my really scuffed, low-quality Souls gameplay. But I appreciate the raid, Yvain, and hope you guys out there have a wonderful day or night, wherever in the world that you guys are watching, tuning in from, you know? But, yeah. Alright, let's see here. So, we got the upgrades that we wanted. I think now we should be able to... Yeah, I think we should be able to talk to Lady Antonia now, and she'll give us the key to the next area of the game. Hello, Lady Antonia. That'll be you, heading to bed, but keeping you tabbed. Appreciate it, soldier. You are a hero for, you know, giving me the views. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Have a great night, Yvain.
Hurry up. I heard from Geppetto. Rosa Isabel Street is ever so dangerous, I'm told. I hoped we wouldn't have to unlock the passage there. But if we want to stop this disaster once and for all, I fear we've no choice. Geppetto and I care about you very much, you know. Stay safe, for both of us. I feel like my time is slowly coming to an end. However, it's a nice feeling to know that someone waits for you. That someone cares. Please take care out there.
Yes, ma'am. Will do. All-nighter here, so sticking through. I appreciate it, Serp. Thank you so much, homie. Yeah. I appreciate it, Yvain. Appreciate it a lot. Alright, so we got the key that we need. That'll unlock the door to the next area. Let's see here. I think it is... Is it this way? It might be this way. And then we go through here. There we go. Nice. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. I will say the kind of like pathway or the route that we need to go in order to reach the next boss fight, it is a little bit lengthy. It's a little bit of a grind, but we'll eventually get there.
Rosa Isabel Street, the entertainment district. You might call it extravagant. Operas, operettas, street concerts, all running 24/7. Adelina Corday, the singer in the red dress. Oh, she was the most famous of them all. The legendary prima donna. Well, I'm not sure if she's still alive, so while the past tense makes sense, it's getting a little depressing.
Just a little depressing. Not a lot. Alright, let's see here. We are gonna go this way. Four hits, okay. That's fair. Easy hit. Okay, 4 hits. Alright, we definitely don't want to aggro both of these guys, so we'll play it safe, keep back a little bit here. Nicely done. Oh yeah. Yeah, Serp, you're 100% correct. Yeah, no. I think, like, that's the thing about, you know, Twitch versus YouTube, right? Twitch just has a better build in terms of a platform for live streaming and for, you know, connecting with different people around. I feel like you are able to network and socialize with so many cool, amazing people, whether they stream or whether they just watch other streamers. You're able to connect with them on Twitch. Whereas I feel like you know, when you are, especially when you are a viewer on YouTube, right? It kind of does not really give that same sense of belonging, that same sense of like, you know, I guess closeness, right? Yeah, and I just think that's because of the way that YouTube is laid out, you know, with the user interface and everything. I mean, this has been actually a topic that has been discussed by many people where if you actually look at the logistics, right? When you go on YouTube and you visit, you know, you try to, maybe you're looking around browsing the YouTube website, the weird thing is, and I mean, like, there's sort of an explanation for it, but the weird thing is that, like, on YouTube, it is quite difficult for a random new viewer to find where the YouTube live streams are. Like, it's kind of hidden in terms of the user interface layout. It's a lot easier to find videos, pre-recorded stuff on YouTube. And, you know, I feel like that is one of the big reasons why YouTube is not fit for live streaming. Now, there can be people out there that argue, and they say like, oh, well, you know, YouTube does not need live streams to be easily accessible and easily found because YouTube is primarily focused on and prioritizing pre-recorded video content, right? Which is like, okay, sure, I get that. But imagine if YouTube had both. Like, if you could find a way to combine Twitch and YouTube, where you make it to where there's pre-recorded content that you can enjoy whenever your favorite streamers are offline, and there's also easily accessible live streams that you can watch where, you know, basically, you know, you have the wonderful user interface layout that Twitch does, right? And, you know, I've been in YouTube live streams before, like watching other people, and the way that everything works, right? First of all, there's like the severe lack of emotes, you know, emojis and whatever. There's this I don't know. It feels like using a computer that was made in the 1980s versus using a high-end desktop PC made in 2025, right? It just feels so old and outdated and just antiquated, right? So yeah, I don't like the YouTube live stream kind of like scene, so to speak. I just feel like it's very suboptimal. Yeah. Yeah. YouTube is horrible for streaming. Cherry picks your content. Even if you search for stuff, it's annoying sometimes. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah, I agree with that. And, you know, another thing that I personally, like, this is just me, like, a nitpick that I feel like, I am not a big fan of watching short-form content. You know, I don't like watching clips that are, you know, 30 seconds long or 1 minute long or whatever, right? And so, the whole existence of YouTube Shorts on that platform, it annoys me. It frustrates me. It's not something that I you know, like to see. And so, you know, I feel like when you are searching for, maybe it's a video or maybe it's a live stream that you're searching for, when you have the search results kind of cluttered and you know, just full of a bunch of random stuff that you don't really care about and you don't want to see, it kind of makes it less interesting to browse the platform and to see what is available. Yeah. But it is what it is. Yeah, I will say, like, you know, I think that there are cool people on YouTube, in terms of people who create videos as well as other viewers, right, who watch videos. I think there's cool people, but the sense of, you know, camaraderie and community that you can get on YouTube versus Twitch, it's like night and day. It's completely different from one another, without a doubt. Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. Yeah, it's very interesting because, like, you know, I pop into Yvain streams, you know, every once in a while. I try to pop in as often as I possibly can. And every time that I pop into Yvain streams, I always feel like I see like new chatters, new viewers that I've never met before. And the reason why I see them is because Yvain has done a great job of basically going to other communities, going to other streams, and chatting with them, and socializing, and saying, hey, what's up? And you know, introducing himself, and chatting with those other people, chatting with those other streamers, and then they are willing to hang out with Yvain and come and visit his streams. And I think that's really, really cool, the ability to kind of just have a good conversation with other people on the platform. I really, really like that. 100%. So yeah. All right. Let's get this coughing lady to stop coughing, shall we?
Who are you? Ah, my stalker friend. I was worried the puppets had come back. They're demons. They won't give us a moment's peace. Even an elderly lady like me. They wouldn't even let the dead rest if they had the petrification disease. Drives a lady to drink, it does. Which reminds me, I could use a proper tipple. There's a wine called La Bleuie. When I was younger, they called it the Ruby of the Heavens. I'm sure there's still some left in the wine cellar at Lorenzini Arcade. You're an enterprising lad. Bring it to me and I'll give you something nice in return.
Yes, ma'am. Will do. New people show up in your D&D groups channel because you and your table go around and chat. You like meeting people, talking games, music, D&D, or just life? 100%. Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't know. What I usually like to do is, when there are new people that pop in and say hello, I usually like to just, like, start up a conversation and ask them a couple of questions, right? To see, like, what are they interested in? You know, what are they passionate about? What do they enjoy? What do they not enjoy? And usually I would say that, like, with most viewers on Twitch, there is at least one, you know, particular subject or topic that we have in common and that we can relate on. And it's really, really cool to, you know, get to discuss it together, right? Yeah. Like, I've spoken with other people about music. I've spoken with other people about different video game genres, life experiences. I'm very interested to know what hobbies, what passions that there are out there that drive other people, you know? I think that is a wonderful topic to discuss, because, you know, the thing about human beings is that when you talk to another human being, they will always be very happy and very excited to share things that they enjoy with other people, right? So it's just a wonderful, like, you know, way to kind of break the ice, you know, a way to just, like, meet people and chat with them and to foster this sense of community and whatnot, right? Did I lose aggro on this guy? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Nicely done. Yeah, that guy's a little nasty bugger. You gotta be very careful because he will explode when he gets near you. So, you do not want to screw around with that guy. Okay. Those enemies are really, really annoying. I try to stay away from them as much as I possibly can. Okay, very nice. I wonder how far their aggro range is. I think they do tend to go pretty far, but maybe, yeah, like, see, they're crawling all the way over here. It's very impressive every time that I see it. Oh, looks like they stopped. All 4 of them, wow. God damn. Yeah, their aggro range is absolutely insane. Bye-bye. Try not to interrupt your gameplay too much, though. Lean towards Monster Hunter, Shantae, Dead Space. Pretty good choices. I will say I've never ever heard of Shantae, but the other 2 I'm very familiar with, yeah. And also, don't feel like you're interrupting gameplay at all. Like, honestly, I feel like my gameplay, it's not worth, you know, kind of watching me run around like a headless chicken, getting my butt kicked. I feel like, you know, my skill at these games is not really that incredible. So, yeah, honestly, I would very much rather talk about, you know, different topics, whether it's video gaming or music or anything, right? Bye-bye. Got rid of 2 of those annoying little pesky creatures. But yeah, man, so in terms of Monster Hunter and Dead Space, right? So Monster Hunter and Dead Space, I think both of them are very, very popular franchises, very well known, and they have, you know, good reputations behind them, of course, right? I think I'm just not really well built for those games. So, okay, first of all, let's start with Monster Hunter. I know that Monster Hunter as a franchise is objectively a good franchise. Like, I am not arguing against that. For me, I would say the reason why I've never gotten into that franchise is because I feel like it is very grindy and repetitive, you know, especially I think once you get to kind of like the higher levels of monster hunting, because what you're searching for is you're searching for like rare loot, right, from the monsters that you farm. And, you know, I think that there's only so much story in Monster Hunter that like you can enjoy, and once you finish the story, right, you finish the campaign or whatever, you kind of just have the hunting of monsters left to do, and that's it. And it's very, very like grindy content, which is not a negative thing for some people. Some people really enjoy that, but for me, it does not speak to me. It does not call out to me, right? As for Dead Space, right? Dead Space is another franchise that I've never gotten into, and I think there's a big reason why that has happened. So this may sound like a really, really dumb answer, and, you know, I can understand that people out there who love Dead Space, who love these types of video games, when they hear my reasoning, they're gonna be like, what kind of a weird reason is that? That's so, you know, random. But I feel like there are certain genres, certain, you know, subjects that are very overdone when it comes to media, whether it's video games, whether it's movies, TV shows, you name it, right? And I've just never been a big fan of like the whole zombie genre, as well as like, you know, kind of alien creatures and monsters, you know, that are very, very like extraterrestrial, right? I've just never been someone that like is interested in that. I don't really find it fascinating or fun or anything like that. It's just kind of it's kind of strange to me. And yeah, you know, first of all, let me backtrack and say that in general, I do not really like the horror genre. I think that the horror genre is like when I think of horror, there is never a time that I equate that genre to the word fun. In my head, those two words do not belong together. They don't, you know, synergize. So horror stuff, movies, TV shows, games, never been my cup of tea. And so yeah, Dead Space kind of is a little bit in that realm. And then also another thing, you know, about Dead Space, this is like, man, it's kind of like two unfortunately bad things mixed together for me personally. I don't know why. I just don't really care that much about games or media that is particularly set in space, right? Where it's like, oh, here's this story, here's this adventure. It takes place on the planet of Mars or on the planet of Jupiter or some unknown, made-up, random planet in a fictional world, right? I don't really care that much about those stories because I guess it gives me this feeling where it's like, well, I can't really relate to it because I'm a human being on Earth, and these are people who are running around in space and doing random shenanigans, right? With probably some fictional technology and whatever, right? It's just never been something that has fascinated me, and so when you mix those two together, when you mix together outer space with, you know, zombies or monsters or aliens or whatever, right? I'm just like, those are two genres that I don't vibe with mixed together. that's a recipe for disaster in terms of my enjoyment of whatever game, whatever movie, TV show, franchise, whatever, you know, media that it is. But yeah, as I said with, you know, Monster Hunter, I will not say that Dead Space is a bad franchise or a bad game or anything like that. Like, I think that there are arguments to be made where people can say it is genuinely, objectively a good franchise, objectively a good game, and that's totally fine. I will not argue with people, you know, trying to say the opposite. But all I can say is that they're just not built for me. So yeah. Shantae is a puzzle platformer made by WayForward. Really? Okay. I'm gonna open up Steam right now. I need to check Steam. I need to see what's going on with this Shantae game, because I've never heard of this. Let me see. Shantae. It seems like there are there multiple Shantae games? Or are the other ones like DLC maybe? Let me take a look here. WayForward. Lists. All the Shantae games. Shantae and the Seven Sirens. Shantae Half Genie Hero Ultimate Edition. Shantae Risky's Revenge Director's Cut. Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. Shantae Half Genie Hero. That one is a DLC. That one's a DLC. That one's a DLC. Okay, okay. So yeah, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then there are 3 DLCs, at least on Steam. Maybe on other platforms there's more. But that's really cool. Interesting. I have never heard of this series, and I've never heard another person talk about this as one of their like games that they enjoy. Very interesting. 6 officially now. 1 announced to be added soon. Shantae Advanced. Wow, okay. That's really fucking cool. Yeah. Huh. Okay, okay. I like it. Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of like the gameplay, right, from the trailer on Steam. It looks like a very well-designed platformer. And yeah, the cutscenes are very beautifully drawn. Ooh. Okay, okay. Yeah, this looks really cool. Interesting, interesting. Oh, that's a cool mechanic. This animation looks really, really beautiful. Wow. Yeah, I can tell that the developers, they put a lot of care into this game, or into this franchise overall. Really, really cool stuff. I think I might enjoy something like this franchise, you know, if I ever wanted to try it out. You know, it's been a while since, you know, I've been streaming random nonsense on Twitch. One of the very first games that, you know, one of the very first games that I think I ever streamed on Twitch was Dead Cells, right? I played Dead Cells a long time ago for the very first time, and I streamed it on Twitch. And I had a fun time learning Dead Cells and getting better at it. I can't say that I've mastered Dead Cells. I think I'm still pretty noob at the game. But it's really interesting. So when I streamed Dead Cells, I found another streamer that I ended up raiding a long time ago. And it turns out this guy, right, that I raided, he is... I would describe him as like a Dead Cells master. I think he's really, really fucking good at Dead Cells. And yeah, like I would probably say, so he plays Dead Cells primarily on his Nintendo Switch. And I believe he probably has easily over maybe 1,000, maybe 2,000, maybe 3,000 hours in Dead Cells. Really, really, really talented, skilled player. And yeah, I think like, you know, watching his streams and playing Dead Cells, you know, on my own, right, as well as games like, you know, Hades or Hollow Knight, it's made me really appreciate platformers, really appreciate like Metroidvanias, and roguelikes and stuff like that. I really enjoy those genres. And yeah, if you ever like, if you're ever interested in seeing someone who plays like kind of indie games, including a lot of Metroidvanias, this guy right here, let me see if I can give him a shout out really quickly. Um, yeah, so this guy right here, Shockphobia 9000, he is, yeah, he is a really cool guy, really chill dude who streams a lot of like indie games, a lot of roguelikes, Metroidvanias, that sort of a thing. Dead Cells is his bread and butter, but he has also played games like Hollow Knight. He's played what else has he played? He's played a game called like Salt and Sanctuary. He's played Celeste. Celeste is a really well-known platforming game. Yeah, Shock is a really chill, cool guy, and I think that anyone who goes to watch him, they will really appreciate his live streams, his content. You know. So yeah. But that's really cool. That's really cool. Let me see. What chat messages did I miss here? So you said Monster Hunter World, Rise, and Wilds balanced the grind. World has a ton of story. It's a massive game. I mean, that's fantastic for the Monster Hunter fans. Like, if Monster Hunter fans get to enjoy more story stuff, that's a win. That is a really cool thing, without a doubt. 100%, yeah. Can't make you like Dead Space because it's way out of the realm of what you enjoy. Will say it's your favorite franchise. Love how they made the entire universe believable down to the most minute details. That's a pretty good selling pitch for that game. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty damn good selling pitch. Yeah, I don't really know. Like, I'll give you an example here, right, sir? Right now, you know, we're currently playing and we're currently streaming Lies of P. Now, I love Lies of P. I think this game is objectively a wonderful video game. Really well designed, right? And if you don't know anything about Lies of P, this game has a lot of kind of horror vibes to it, right? It's kind of got this. I think the right word is Lovecraftian, right? Lovecraftian horror type vibes, and I will say that, you know, even though I am not really a big fan of horror genre stuff, and normally I don't play games that have these types of themes. I really love Lies of P, and I think that's because of the combat that this game has. If it did not have this combat, I would very likely never ever play Lies of P. So maybe if Dead Space has something about it that really just like captures my attention and really like reels me in, I might check it out one day and I might see what is so, you know, loved about that franchise. But yeah, like normally I look at a game and if I see it has a horror vibes, I am skeptical. I hesitate a little bit. But yeah. Okay, nicely done. Nicely done. Easy. That's what we like to see, baby. Alright, chat. This area is extremely dangerous. I don't like this area, not a single bit. So, I think we're just gonna have to go for it. We're gonna have to run. I think we're ready, chat. There's gonna be, I think there's gonna be a mini boss fight coming up, so we gotta be prepared for that. Alright, let's do this. Okay, that guy de-aggroes. Combat-wise, Kinesis is tons of fun. You basically use the environment and dead enemies to attack. It's not a must, but it's just another way to play. Dead Space 2 is actually built to where, aside from QTE shooting scenes and the final boss, you can use just Kinesis and Melee to clear the entire game. Planning on going for a run without shooting, except when necessary. That sounds pretty fucking dope. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a really, really, you know, really cool challenge, you know, to try to overcome, right? Yeah. I've always loved watching, you know, there are streamers out there where they play video games, and then what they'll do is they'll do like a challenge run, and they'll restrict themselves of like, oh, I can only use this weapon or this particular ability, right? And I think that's really, really cool because, you know, unfortunately, I am not skilled enough to pull off any of that. Like, I can't do those challenge runs, so I enjoy other people taking on the challenges that I can never accomplish myself, right? I love how you can see her just, like, standing up there and just waiting. I'm onto you. I see you. You ain't fooling anyone. Alright. Let's go.
Oh, what a beautiful puppet you are.
Thank you.
I can hear your springs even if you try to hide them. Musicians have keen ears, you know. Would you like to sing for me like your friends? I have a feeling the sound of your cries will be especially sweet. Let's have an encore performance of Pain for the Red actress, Adelina Corday. I dedicate this performance to my sister, Adelina! Scream a requiem for me, if you would.
Ooh, okay. Nicely done. Ooh, good, 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 good.
You stole my sister from me,
Wow.
rotten puppets!
Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay.
You stole my sister from me, rotten puppets!
Okay.
You stole my sister from me, rotten puppets! Attire as your sister. As promised, we always match.
I feel like it's a little bit funny. Two reasons why. That boss, right, at the very end, you could see kind of like the ragdoll physics that happened for a second. And then also on top of that, you know, she has this dialogue about how basically she now has the same, you know, outfit as her sister. And the reason why is because, you know, her sister wears a red outfit. So it's like, oh, well, now my outfit is stained with blood and it matches yours. But the game does not actually show the blood on the outfit. So her outfit still remains white to everyone else. And it's just kind of a little bit funky, a little bit weird that is, you know, how the visual portrayal looks. But yeah, that was a pretty damn good fight. Had some moments there where I absolutely fucked up, and yeah, I definitely should have blocked a lot more of the attacks that she did, but I got greedy, and I thought I could pull something off, you know? Is the butterfly over here? Yeah, there it is. Hello, butterfly. Crescent moon, sure. I don't really need it, but I'll take it. And this one over here, this is where we have to do Mission Impossible. We have to be sneaky sneak in this area. And we grab the chest. All of those enemies right there are ranged enemies, and they are very, very, very powerful, very dangerous, so you don't really want to mess with them unless you are prepared to run a lot or die. Okay. Get the hell out of there. Snam, yeah, he does those. Goofy and fun. Love when cutscenes and stuff are wonky. True. I mean, it's a fun little detail, you know, in these games. It's a reminder that, you know, not every game is perfectly well done. But even though there are minor flaws with the game, they still are very, very enjoyable nonetheless, right?
Oh, you're walking about in a place like this. You must be a stalker. Can I ask you a favor?
Sure.
My wife's body lies on Rosa Isabel Street. There was a fire, and I couldn't reach her through the flames. I know she's gone, but I hate to think of her just lying there. Would you bring me her belongings? Then I'd have something to remember her by.
Why not?
Thank you. Small kindnesses like this give me something to cling to. Her body is on Rosa Isabel Street. She used to look so beautiful in her black dress. I miss her so much. Every day is harder than the last. Please, bring me her belongings.
Will do. Will do. By the way, sir, what type of music do you enjoy? Like, if you... I think it's a little bit of a tough question to ask, like, what's your favorite genre? But if you have a genre that you typically prefer, you know, listening to, you know, just in general, I'm very curious to know. Favorite is orchestral. Not classical, but orchestral. Interesting. Interesting. Like everything, though? Hell yeah. So, I'll pause the game for a second, because this might potentially interest you. Maybe. Maybe it doesn't. But, what I can say is that, this game, Lies of P, it has a phenomenal, phenomenal soundtrack to it, right? It is absolutely beautiful. And, so recently, there was a video uploaded to YouTube. I'm going to share the link to it, and I can also go on YouTube and show it to you on stream. Let me see here. So, I'm going to move my OBS to this side. Let me see. Give me a second here. Was it... Maybe it was on this channel? Yeah, it was. Nice. So, I'm going to copy link. And then I'm going to paste it here. So this right here is the link to the YouTube video. And then I'm also going to, if I go to browser, there we go. Nice. So this is the official Lies of P YouTube channel. And recently they had an orchestra concert video that they released, which is basically 2 hours long. And I believe they cover every single song that is used in this game. If you enjoy orchestra music, I would maybe try giving it a shot. Maybe try watching the video. I will say that, like, in general, the music of this game, like, I'm very, very picky, very particular about the music that I enjoy, but even I listen to the soundtrack of this game and I'm like, okay, I cannot argue that this music is absolutely beautiful. It is really well done. So if you enjoy orchestra stuff, I recommend maybe checking this out. Might be a good listen. And you know, the reason why I brought up the music question to ask you about it, there's a streamer that I watch. He does a lot of Souls content, kind of similar to what I do, except for his level of skill and talent is so much better than mine, right? But one of the things that I learned about him early on, whenever I started watching him, is that he loves music as well. I think a lot of people do, and one of his favorite genres of music is metal music. He loves metal, and there's very different versions of metal music, right? And so he enjoys listening to like all sorts of different bands, musicians, and kind of subgenres of metal music. And if you ever want to, you know, discuss music with him, or with other people in his community, I also recommend that. I'll give him a shout out here, but his name is let me see here, make sure I can type properly. His name is Banjo the Uncle, and he is an incredible human being, wonderful person. He enjoys music a lot. The funny thing is, it's interesting because I know that metal music is something he really, really vibes with. Another thing that I know about him, which is kind of like, it's a little bit of like an inside joke of sorts with him and his community, is that he also does enjoy like rap music, and one of the musicians that he enjoys is Kendrick Lamar. And so like when Kendrick Lamar came out with his most recent album, you know, Banjo was talking about it, and he basically picked up some of the very catchy lyrics from the songs, and he would sometimes kind of just randomly, you know, shout them out during his streams and whatever. And it's kind of just like a small little inside joke. But yeah, Banjo's really cool. He loves talking about music, including especially metal music. Yeah, no, he is just a very, very fun streamer to watch in general. So I do recommend it. Yeah. Love instrumental music, instrumental metal too. Top 3 genres are orchestra, instrumental metal, and jazz. Hell yeah. I definitely 100% love jazz music. I think jazz music is such a vibe. Like, I think, you know, any day that you listen to jazz music, I feel like it just elevates your mood and it makes you feel better. I really love jazz music a lot. I will say, in the realm of music, I am not super duper knowledgeable. Like I'm not someone that like knows a bunch of musicians and song names and album names and bands and whatever. But yeah, no, I do enjoy listening to different songs. Artie Shaw is your personal favorite. You played clarinet. Hell yeah, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, that's actually, you know, a small regret that I have in my life. When I was younger, you know, when I was in what was it, like junior high school and high school, right? So like basically starting from 6th grade all the way until like 8th grade, you know, those like 2 years of my school life, I actually did take some band classes at my school. So I took some band classes, and I decided to join the percussion group. So I played some drums, a little bit of drums, during my high school years, or junior high years. And yeah, like there's a part of me where I kind of sort of wish that yeah, I kind of wish that I had continued on with it. I wish that I had, you know, given it more of an effort and really, you know, invested my time and energy into music. But I think, you know, back then when I was in junior high school and whatnot, I was a kid that did not really love the idea of constantly practicing and you know, studying school and doing all that stuff. Like I wanted to just like have fun, go and play video games, go and watch movies, go and hang out with friends, right? And so, you know, when the time came that like I transitioned from 8th grade to high school, I had a decision where I was like, okay, do I try to join the high school marching band, or do I quit band? You know, do I not even try to join the high school marching band? And I was like, you know what? I think that if I were to join the high school band, it would probably be a waste of my time and my energy. and it would probably be a big waste of money for my family because they would have to keep on, providing musical instrument like yeah, different resources that you need for playing in a band and whatnot, having to pay for all that stuff, right? It's not cheap. So yeah. But I kind of regret it. I wish that I was more disciplined, more determined, and willing to master percussion and whatnot, right? You still play piano, but you're more into voices now. Being a dungeon master for D&D is great for you. Yeah. That sounds honestly like a perfect fit, 100%. Yeah, piano is really fucking cool. I remember so long before I joined my school band, when I was like maybe I don't know. I want to say maybe when I was like 7 years old, 8 years old, or something like that. My parents tried to get me to learn piano. They took me to like piano lessons, and I think like I started to learn piano, and I don't know. I think like it wasn't really that challenging. Like it wasn't overly difficult for me. It's just that I think I didn't really love it because basically every time that I think we had like piano lessons once a week, if I'm not mistaken, and every time that we had piano lessons, I think my parents they would have to drive me to the like location where my instructor was situated, and it kind of felt to me a little bit like going to church where it's like ah man I kind of have to do this thing. I have to go to my piano lessons once a week, and it's I would rather be goofing off playing video games or doing something completely different. So back then I didn't really I didn't really like take it seriously. I tried to learn a little bit, but after a while I was like I don't know if I didn't know if I wanted to like master piano and get to a point where I can say that I'm a pianist, right? So I was like, maybe let's just not do the piano lessons anymore, right? Know what you mean? Try to learn at least 2 songs a year, but only songs you would truly enjoy playing. That's honestly a really, really good way to do it. Yeah, that's a really, really, like, I feel like it's a very effective way to learn, an instrument, 100%. Yeah. Okay, let me drop down on this bozo. Okay, gotta wait for these guys on the ceiling to get over here. Nicely done. Bye-bye. Okay. Shortcut unlocked. Oh, I don't have any more. Ooh. I thought I blocked that. I thought I blocked that. I saw that one coming. There we go. Bye-bye. Okay. Let me go ahead and grind my weapon here. Bye-bye. This one right here is a weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Either that or it's an amulet. Oh, it's a quartz. Let's fucking go. That is a good upgrade material that I want. 100%. Okay. So now... Alright. Rest here. Let's level up. Okay. And down we go. Alrighty then. Bye-bye. Yeah, running around in the sewer area is not really my definition of fun. Very nice. Ow. That hurt. Let's see here. You're a bit weird. Give any game a try for a few hours. If it can't keep you, you drop it. Yet to find a Souls-like that hooks you in. Most PlayStation exclusives, you feel the same way. It's not that they aren't good, just not your cup of tea. You know, that is totally, completely fair, right? Sir, here's what I'm gonna do. Let me see here. It looks like there might be advertisements starting soon, so in case you don't have like an ad blocker that you're using, which by the way, if you don't have one, I highly recommend an ad blocker. I'm gonna wait until after the ads are over, and then I will give you my response, because I have something that I think might potentially help. So let me see here. Will respond to question after ends. About 1 minute remaining. Can't afford an ad blocker. I'll address that particular comment after the ads as well. That's something that I will bring up. Okay. Are we back from ads? I think we're back from ads. Okay. So, sir, first and foremost, I want to address the comment about ad blockers. So, for the longest time, as long as I can remember, I've basically used I've basically used an ad blocker everywhere. You know, every website that I go to. On Twitch, it is quite tricky, quite difficult, you know, to find a good ad blocker. I 100% realize that. Here's what I will say, right? Okay, number one, if you are using your phone to watch Twitch, like if you maybe have the Twitch mobile app or you use Twitch in your phone's web browser, what I would recommend is don't do that, because watching Twitch on a phone, in my opinion, is probably the most garbage way to experience Twitch. I think it's simply not worth it, honestly. What you're doing in that situation, assuming that you are not subscribing to every stream that you watch, is you are just paying Jeff Bezos free money, and that's all you're doing, and you're getting like a suboptimal experience on your phone. Now, if you are using a laptop or you're using a PC, which is what I would recommend, I'm going to assume maybe you use something special, something different, but I'm going to assume that you maybe potentially use Google Chrome. if you do, or you use any, I think this also goes for any Chromium-based web browser, there is a very particular browser extension that you can add to your browser for free, and it is an ad blocker that does work on Twitch. I am actually, right now, I'm currently using it on Twitch, and I have never watched a single advertisement using this extension. The name of this extension, I can probably give you a link to it as well. Let me see here. If I click this, if I click this, where does it bring me to? Okay, it brings me here. Perfect. Yeah, nice. So, the name of the extension, it is called Pi Adblock. Is that how you spell it? Yeah, that's how you spell it. So this is the name of the extension, and then this right here is a link to the extension on the Chrome Web Store, right? So I highly, highly, highly recommend using this extension to never see a single advertisement on Twitch. Now, I do want to mention something that is very important about this extension. If you use this extension on Twitch, you need to make sure that you are not simultaneously using other extensions in the background. Because, like, let's say that hypothetically you have multiple different ad block extensions, or you have, like, let's say there's an extension that you have where it will make sure that you do not get pop-ups on your browser, right? So they're like websites and whatever are not allowed to pop up advertisements and random things on your screen. If you have an extension that blocks that, it can interfere with Pi Adblock. And so you want to make sure that on Twitch, Pi Adblock is the only extension that you have running that is actively blocking ads. Otherwise, if you have multiple extensions trying to do the same thing, it will fuck up and it will display the ads and it won't block them properly. But that is what I recommend right there. Use that extension 100% if you're on laptop or if you're on PC watching Twitch. Highly, highly, highly recommend it. It like, I am going to be honest, even the streamers that I love to death, that I will watch every single live stream that they do, if I did not have an ad blocker, I simply would not watch them. I would force myself to get off the website and never watch them because I hate advertisements so much. They are absolute garbage. So yeah, this extension is a lifesaver for me personally. Now, going back to your topic that you brought up, which is a fantastic topic, right? You said that you've tried Souls-like games, you can't really get into them. Same thing with PlayStation exclusives. So I'm going to tell you basically my story of how I came across Souls games, how I discovered them, right? Back when I was younger, when I was like a young teenager, right? I had a good friend of mine. Unfortunately, me and this person, we are no longer friends. We don't speak to one another anymore, but I'm not going to dive into that story. That's a completely different other story. This person that I was friends with way back when, we would basically chat on Discord. We would like jump into voice calls and whatever. We would do that basically, I would say every other day, bare minimum. Sometimes we would do it like, consecutive days in a row. We would hang out together, talk about video games, talk about movies, talk about anything and everything. We were basically kind of like homies, right? We would just talk about life, about everything. And I did consider him a very good friend of mine, like a close friend of mine way back when. So this guy, right? One day he, brought up this topic to me. He was like, "Yo, dude, I have an idea for a challenge." And I was like, "Okay, what's this idea? Tell me about it." So he goes on to tell me about Souls games, and he's like, "Have you ever played one?" And I was like, "No, I've never played one before. I basically don't even know what kind of gameplay to expect from a Souls game. Like I've heard of them, but I've never experienced them myself. And even at that point, I don't think that I had ever watched other people play Souls games. I think like I was very, living in my own little bubble, right? So I had no experience with Souls games. So he proposed this challenge, right? I'm going to skip, all of the unnecessary details, all the non-important stuff that you don't need to know about when it comes to the challenge. But basically, just know that the challenge involved me and him playing a Souls game. And basically, so the game that we ended up choosing was Dark Souls 3. And the reason why is because at the time, Dark Souls 3 was on sale. I think it was like $15 or something like that. So I was like, cool, whatever, Dark Souls 3. So I think at the time when we did the challenge, my friend, he had played Dark Souls 1, a little bit of it. And that was like all his experience that he had. He didn't have any other experience beyond that with Souls games. So he had never played Dark Souls 3 before. And me, I had never played any Souls game before. Dark Souls 3 was my very first time dipping my toes into the water, right? Now, fast forward, right? We're going to skip a lot of the details of this whole story, this challenge. During the challenge, basically the entire time, I was playing Dark Souls 3, and I fucking hated the game. I thought it was the worst dog shit ever. I thought that, like, the game developers for Dark Souls 3, I felt like they hated themselves and they hated other people, and they wanted other people to suffer, and that's why they created Dark Souls 3. I thought it was one of the worst video games I've ever experienced, right? Because I just felt like the level of difficulty and the unfairness, right? The fact that they didn't hold your hand through the game, it just felt so brutal to me as someone who has never played a Souls game before, right? So I had this burning hatred for Dark Souls 3, and, you know, basically, when the challenge was, like, over, right? When the challenge was going on, I had this thought to myself where I was like, okay, when this challenge is over, I'm going to quit Dark Souls 3, I'm going to uninstall it from my device, and I'm never going to touch it ever again, right? So, you know, fast forward, the challenge comes to an end, and, you know, I spoke with my friend, and I told him, like, man, wow, I fucking hated that game. That was a miserable time, right? Now, the thing is, I'm not going to go into too many details, but I will say that what ended up happening is essentially my friend at the time, he won this challenge. It was like a competition between me and him, and I made a very, very severe mistake where, for this competition between me and him, I put money on the line. Like, both me and him, we agreed that the loser would pay the winner money for this competition. So, I lost the competition, I paid my friend, and it was a good substantial chunk of money that I paid my friend, right? Let's just say that it was triple-digit money, is what I will say. So, you know, I paid my friend after the challenge was over, and, you know, we both decided to kind of, like, just, like, move on with our lives, right? And we went back to hanging out, talking about video games, blah, 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 blah. You know, being someone who is very, like, I'm someone who's very stubborn, and also at the same time, I am someone that, you know, I do not like it whenever basically, I don't like getting humiliated by other people, right? I don't like it when somebody performs better than me and makes me feel like I'm inferior to them. Even if they are not, like, being a dick about it, even if they're not being an asshole about it, even if they are not shoving it in my face. When someone, you know, they kind of, like, yeah, when they do something that makes me feel like I'm inferior to them in some way, I don't like that feeling. It frustrates me. And so, you know, with this competition that me and my old friend had, since I lost and I paid my friend money, right? I was like, I was angry. I was angry at myself because I knew that all I needed was patience and determination. And you know, I needed to be strong, and I needed to, like, pick myself back up, get back out there, continue to play the game, continue to learn and get better. I was not, yeah, I was not ready to actually sit down and understand the game and learn everything and whatever. Now, the thing is, I do want to mention this. During the challenge, we had this rule, me and my friend, where we were like, okay, we have to play this game without using any sort of help, without any sort of, like, external resources. We can't look anything up, we can't watch guide videos or ask other people or anything like that. We kind of had to play the game blindly. And the only time that we could, you know, use an online resource to help us with our journey through the game is if we sit down and we mutually agree that, like, hey, we want to look up X thing or Y thing or whatever and figure it out because we can't figure it out on our own. So yeah, essentially both me and him were playing the game blind. The only advantage was that I think my friend, he had a little bit of Dark Souls 1 experience that I didn't have from before. So, okay. After the challenge ended, right, I was like, fuck this. I am not going to let this dog shit game get the better of me. So I literally just, like, I went online and I researched and I learned more and more and more about the game. And I was like, okay, what is good? What is bad? What is recommended? What is not recommended? And I found out that the way I was playing the game was completely wrong. Like, the weapons I was choosing, the build that I was doing for my character, all of it was bad, right? And I think the reason why I was doing so poorly is because I was watching, so one of the very first, you know, guides that I came across was a guide on how to speedrun the game. And I thought that, oh, well, maybe if I learn from the speedrun method, I can use it to my advantage because, you know, with this competition that me and my friend had, what we basically did was we were like, okay, we both play Dark Souls 3. We give each other like maybe, I think it was like 1 month or like 1.5 months or whatever. Whoever can get the furthest along in the game or beat the most bosses or whatever in Dark Souls 3, they're the winner, right? So progression was like kind of the measurement of who wins, who loses the competition. And so I was like, well, if I use a speedrunning type method, maybe I could you know, get ahead. So I used the speedrun method, or I tried to. I failed, but I did try. And I found out that the speedrun method, it is not good for people who are casuals, people who should be learning the game properly and understanding the game's mechanics and everything. So I basically was told what to do with Dark Souls 3. Like, I went online, I talked to other Souls players, and I figured out, okay, this is what I should be doing. And essentially, what ended up happening is I, you know, played the game, and I followed the recommendations that people gave me. I leveled up my character to a certain, you know, level. I leveled up my weapon, and I maxed it out, right? And essentially, I completely, over time, it took a while of grinding and whatever, right? But over time, I built my character in the game, and I made my character strong. I gave them amazing stats, and I gave them amazing, you know, I had a really good weapon, I had really good abilities as well. Like, not only could my character do melee, he could also be a, I think it was, I had pyromancy abilities. I had the ability to use, like, fireballs and whatever, right? And so, my character, I built him to be really, really good. And, it got to the point where, like, now, when I play a game like Dark Souls 3, right, if I come across a boss, it usually takes me, I would say, maybe less than 5 to 10 tries to kill the boss. Like, obviously, I still die every once in a while. I'm not a god gamer. But, you know, before, I was dying like 20 times, 30 times, 40 times against the boss, and I was struggling, and I was raging. I was so annoyed. But I got to a point where I basically could tackle any challenge that DS3, you know, threw my way. And, you know, I think what I discovered, right, which is, you know, this is kind of like the theme, the point of this entire story. I basically discovered my reasoning for loving Souls games. And I'm going to try to simplify it into one, like, sentence or one, you know, short phrase or whatever. Basically, for me, the reason why Souls games are so appealing is that I have this journey where at the beginning of the game, I fucking suck. I am hot garbage, and I get absolutely obliterated by bosses. And I feel annoyed and I feel frustrated. I'm like, fuck, this is difficult. But then I grind through the game. You know, maybe I farm a little bit of currency and I level up, right? And I get to this point where everything shifts. And essentially, instead of me being scared of the bosses, I am leveled up enough, I'm confident enough that I can go into any challenge and I can tackle it head on without feeling afraid. And I think, to me, this moment that I experience where, like, I go from getting my ass kicked by a boss so many times to then, you know, all of a sudden I level up my character, I perform better at the game, you know, I learn the mechanics and whatever, all of a sudden I am doing the ass kicking. I'm the one who is beating these bosses to a pulp and absolutely owning them. It makes me feel so satisfied. There's the level of satisfaction that I get where it's like, it's this sense of revenge being carried out, this vengeance where I'm like, you kicked my ass 50 times, guess what? I come back now, I'm fully equipped, baby. I'm ready to fucking go. Let's battle. And then I kick their ass. Oh man, the sense of, like, euphoria. It's so good, right? And that is kind of like what I chase after. That is what I love about Souls games, is flipping the script on its head and being like, no. I am not scared of the bosses. The bosses, they should be scared of me. That is what really, really, you know, pulls me towards Souls games. It's that struggle turned into success, right? And I really, really love that sort of formula. Yeah. So that's kind of my story with Souls games, and I don't expect you to relate to it. I don't expect you to be like, oh, I feel the same way, right? But I think that, you know, if you can find a game or a genre out there that gives you this sense of, like, wow, you know, euphoria, wow, it's like, I feel, you know, this sense of joy, this happiness that I you know, really want to recapture it, you know, in the future with other video games or replaying the same game, right? Then, you know, go for it, right? Go and play those games, go and enjoy those games, right? And I will forever say this to everyone, right? Not every human being out there is built for every single video game, and not every single video game out there is built for every human being. Maybe Souls games are just not your thing. maybe, you know, you're just not meant to synergize with it, and that's totally okay. You know, there are people out there who they only vibe with chill games, relaxing games like, you know, Animal Crossing, Pokemon, right? All these other genres that have no difficulty, that have no sense of like life or death with your character, right? That's totally okay. That's not a problem. That's not a negative thing, and that does not mean that one gamer is better than another gamer because of the types of games that they play, right? It's just those two gamers are not comparable to one another. That's really all it is. But yeah, no, like in my opinion, this is very heavily biased because I am a Souls player. I think that every person, just for their own benefit, at least once in their life should try a Souls game. And yeah, if you don't like it, you don't like it. You at least you can say you tried it and you attempted to give it a go. And then you can be like, yeah, it was not my cup of tea, not my vibe. I walked away from it. No harm, no foul, right? But yeah, I've also met people like online who they're like, oh, I hate Souls games. It's like, have you ever tried one? No, I've never tried one. I just know that I hate them. And it's like, you're not even gonna give it a chance? You're not even gonna dip your toe in the water? No? Okay, sure. Whatever. You do you, right? But yeah. That's Dead Space and Monster Hunter for you? Okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That's totally cool. Yeah. You know, I'll give you some examples, right, sir? So before I ever dived into Souls games, right, you might ask me, well, what games did you enjoy before Souls games? I will say that, like, before Souls games, the only kind of, like, I guess mainstream is a good way to describe it, maybe. The only like super duper crazy popular mainstream game that I was like, hey, I like this, is I enjoyed the Halo franchise. I played a couple of the Halo games, but I was never good at Halo. I was never like, you know, an insanely amazing, talented Halo gamer. I just played them casually for fun, and I enjoyed getting to, you know, play the persona of Master Chief, right? So I enjoyed Halo, but I would say, okay, if you were to ask me the question, let's say that you remove Souls games entirely from the equation, you just pretend they don't exist, right? If you ask me what was like my favorite genre or favorite genres multiple before Souls games, I would probably say that there are two, yeah, I think there are two franchises that come to mind, right? Number one is the Batman Arkham series. I'm sure you know of the Batman Arkham series. I fucking love the Batman Arkham series. Absolutely, like, cinema masterpiece games in my opinion, right? I love the Batman series. Similarly to the Batman series, I also really like the Marvel Spider-Man franchise. The very first Marvel Spider-Man game, which I think it eventually got remastered whenever it was put on PC. That game is really fantastic, absolutely fabulous. And I did enjoy the Miles Morales game as well, Spider-Man Miles Morales, but the first Marvel's Spider-Man, which originally came out on PlayStation 4, then was ported over to PC, I really like that. So yeah, those would probably be my top games outside of Souls, right? But yeah. In Monster Hunter World, you were stuck on Barioth, a massive saber-toothed ice wyvern, for months. When you finally took it down, you were able to handle everything else the game threw at you. That sounds fucking epic. Yeah. Yeah, I can see why people love the Monster Hunter franchise when you have stories like that, where it's like, I fought this monster for weeks or maybe months, right? Trying to learn the mechanics, trying to master the fight, and to absolutely destroy this monster boss in the game, and then eventually you achieve it. Yeah, that must feel so satisfying, you know? Enjoyed Halo and COD for a while. FPS isn't high on the list anymore, though. I'm going to be honest with you. I've never really loved FPS. Like, okay, let me back up. The Halo franchise, I love the Halo franchise. However, here is my big problem with FPS games, right? So first and foremost, I am someone who is a single-player gamer. I love single-player games. Like, there are definitely good multiplayer games, good co-op games out there, but, you know, if you think about Souls games, for example, those are definitely single-player heavy, right? And there are a lot of other genres, a lot of other games out there that are very single-player focused. So I enjoy single-player games. One of the things about the FPS genre that I found is that after Halo and Call of Duty, all of the other like FPS games that came out afterwards, which became very successful, very popular among gamers, a lot of them are co-op or multiplayer. And basically the focus of those FPS games, rather than it being like single player PvE, it's actually more like kind of co-op multiplayer PvP type stuff, right? And I do not give a single shit about PvP games like that. Those have never been something that I find fun or enjoyable or that I care about at all. So yeah, those types of like battle royale FPS or whatever, right? Like no, I could not care less. Not my cup of tea. And then the thing about so if you look at specifically single player FPS games, right? I like Halo. I think Halo is a great franchise. My reasoning for liking Halo though is more so like the combat is good, don't get me wrong, but it's more so I think the story of Halo, like that kind of interested me, and so I stuck around and I paid attention to the story. And then I feel like I'm sorry to the people out there who like Call of Duty, but I'm gonna be honest, Call of Duty is I just feel like the entire franchise is so incredibly repetitive. I feel like you give me like 5 different Call of Duty titles, various different Call of Duty games, right? Give me 5 of them. I cannot tell you the fucking difference between any of them. I can't. I really cannot, because I feel like the gameplay, the story stuff and whatever, it feels, to me personally, it feels very recycled, very like, overdone and just kind of not new, not really innovative in my opinion. But yeah. Seems like there's ads going on, so I'll pause for the ads and wait a little bit. Pausing for ads for a bit. There we go. Okay. Wait, who typed what? Wait, what? Oh, this shit. No, don't care. Do not care about that. No, thank you. 20 seconds left, chat. 20 seconds on the ads, and then I can say hello to you guys again. I don't care about that. Okay, are we back from ads? I think we're back from ads. Awesome. Awesome. All right. You were super into Black Ops 3. Interesting, interesting. Your favorite multiplayer FPS. Still don't like it anywhere near as much as most of your other games. Yeah, no, without a doubt. I also do agree that, like, the FPS genre as a whole, I like certain FPS games, but they are definitely not near the top of my favorites list. Not even close. 100%. I agree with that. It's actually, I mean, it's very interesting that you mentioned Black Ops 3 because, you'll have to forgive me. I am not a Call of Duty player, so I'm very unfamiliar with the franchise. However, a lot of the Call of Duty players that I've spoken to or that I've heard talk about the games, I feel like a lot of them have said that basically they're kind of Mona Lisa, right? Their magnum opus when it comes to Call of Duty games was, I think, Modern Warfare 2 was like they consider that to be like the crown jewel amongst the Call of Duty games. Now, I will say there are probably a very, very substantial amount of Black Ops, enthusiasts out there, but a lot of the time I do hear Modern Warfare enjoyers a lot more when it comes to Call of Duty. But yeah, as I mentioned, like, I struggle to tell the difference between Call of Duty games. To me, they all seem very, very, very similar to one another. But that's just my perspective as an outsider to the franchise. But yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. One last thing that I will, add. I like this. This next thing that I'm about to say, right, sir? I'm not expecting this to be like, something that is a solution for you or an answer or anything like that, but it might be something to think about and consider. So, let's say that, hypothetically speaking, the, very, very, very punishing difficulty of Souls games is something that you find to be not really, a not really a feature of a game that you appreciate, that you care about, that you like. One thing that I can mention very quickly for you is that this game that I'm currently playing, Lies of P, so sometime this summer, maybe possibly like July or August, maybe even September, I don't know, but they mentioned summer 2025. At some point, there's going to be a DLC coming out for this game, right? And the developers of Lies of P, they announced that alongside the DLC, they're going to be releasing a difficulty toggle on this game. So you can play the game on the default regular difficulty, which is what I'm doing right now, or when the DLC comes out, you can lower the difficulty of the game to be more inviting and less punishing for new players. So if you ever want to try out a Souls game and you don't want to experience, tons of pain and suffering right from the get-go, you might want to check out Lies of P when the DLC drops and see if you want to try out like the lower difficulty options. That might be something. But yeah, if like the difficulty aspect of Souls games is not the problem, if it's not like the thing that you have an issue with, then feel free to disregard what I said. Maybe Souls games are just not something that you want to get into, and that's totally fine. And I don't blame you one bit, and I think that you're probably doing the right thing for yourself. So yeah. It isn't the punishing difficulty. You've cleared several games with permadeath. The combat seems a little personal. Tend to use ranged when you can, without exception in every game. Honestly, I respect the hell out of that, sir. 100%. And this is what I will say, right? So, okay. Lies of P is a little tiny bit tricky because the thing is, in Lies of P, a lot of the weapon choices that you're given are melee weapons, right? A lot of them. There's basically no such thing as a ranged weapon. However, there are ranged... Okay, there are items in the game of Lies of P that you can use in combat to make it into kind of like a ranged battle. And I can let me see if I can show it off to you. It might be a little while because I need to like kind of run through this area, but I'll see if I can show it to you. So, okay, first of all, let me show you this really quickly. So you see these items here that like I'm hovering over. This one right here is called the carcass body fluid. This one's the throwing cell. This one's thermite, right? These three items, and then there's also more items here. There's like this one right here, saw blade, sharp pipe, cluster grenade, shot put, right? All of these items are ranged weaponry, basically. Like they are items that you can throw from a range, hit enemies, and kill them. And if you play this game on like the base game difficulty, right? You start as a brand new player, base game difficulty, and if you build your character properly, right? I can show you here. So there are different stats in this game. In this game, there's a stat, which you might be able to see it kind of like near the top middle of the screen. It's called Advance, right? It's yeah, kind of top middle of the screen. There's a stat called Advance. The Advance stat is what determines how much status effect damage that you deal. So the items that I showed you just now, right? Like the thermite, carcass body fluid, and throwing cell, that is fire, acid, and electricity, respectively, right? So those are three different status effects in the game. And if you level up Advance, the higher your level is, the more damage of those status effects that you deal. So, assuming that you build your character properly, or, okay, not properly, let's say effectively, right? Using those ranged items, you can actually maybe not kill a boss with only those items, but you can probably get the boss down to like maybe 20% HP, 30%, 10%, right? I would say pretty confidently like 30% HP at least, right? With the throwables, without going in, getting up close, and trying to swing at the enemy melee, right? Now, there is one other item that I can show you here. Let me see if I can... I need to get to a stopping point, a resting point. Okay, that's rude right there. How dare you? Rude. Rude. There we go. Shut up. This puppet talks way too much. Or I guess it makes noise way too much. Bye-bye. Okay. Let me get to a resting point here, and I'll show you very quickly. Bozo. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. So here's the shortcut pathway. Let me go ahead and open up this door. Yay. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and rest here. And let me show you this really quickly. So switch Legion Arm. In this game, sir, there is a mechanic called a Legion Arm. And basically there are multiple Legion Arms that exist, and each one has a different ability, right? This one right here that I currently have equipped, it deals electrical damage to enemies. This one deals fire damage. This one right here, in my personal opinion, is the worst one. I think it's pretty complete garbage. But basically what it does is it installs a landmine in a location, and then you move away from that area, and when there's an enemy that is near the landmine, it'll explode. I don't like this Legion Arm. I think that, you know, the utility of it is kind of useless because I feel like the enemies in this game move around a lot, and so it's kind of hard to predict and plan when they're going to step near an area and if they're going to get hit by a landmine, right? It just feels very RNG to me, and I don't like that. So I don't use this Legion Arm. This one right here deals acid damage, right? This one right here is a shield, so it allows you to be defensive while also attacking, which is fantastic. And then this one right here is the one that I wanted to show you. This one is called Falcon Eyes, right? And I'll equip it. So basically, this Legion Arm, it is a gigantic arm cannon. You can fire long-range artillery from your arm at enemies. And I can let me see if I can show it off to you. Let me see here. Let's go, and I'm gonna see if I can fire it at this enemy right here. Okay. Let's try it. Nice, good hit. Yeah. So you see how it works, where basically you fire it off at an enemy, and then after like a couple seconds it'll explode. They're too far range. God damn it. Okay. Bye-bye. See you later. Yeah, so that Legion Arm is another option, right? And, you know, as you mentioned, let's say that you are, you know, a person that really, really highly prefers ranged battles. Guess what? Using that Legion Arm, plus the throwables, right? And if you build your character properly, if you level up the correct stats, I think you could probably kill a good substantial amount of bosses in this game without hitting them a single time melee. Possibly. I can't guarantee it, but it's possible. Now, I think that Lies of P is not the best example for a Souls game where you have a lot of options and freedom. Like, you have a great amount of freedom in this game, but I would say the best #1 example that I can give you is Elden Ring. And, you know, I don't know if you've ever played Elden Ring. I don't know how much you may have played of it if you have, but what I can tell you, so unfortunately I can't really show it to you because, one, I don't have the game currently installed on my PC, and two, I would have to close Lies of P and then launch the game and you know, get into it and everything. But in Elden Ring, okay, I'll describe it to you, and hopefully you can picture it, you can imagine it in your head. My character in Elden Ring, I have essentially like a dual build on my character. So my character is able to do melee damage, and I can use melee weapons on enemies and kill them very effectively because, you know, part of my build that I went for is called a bleed build, where, you know, I deal damage to the enemies, and after I hit them so many times, it causes a status effect called bleed, where it takes a chunk of their HP away after I deal damage to them, right? So that is like half of my build. The other half of my build, because, you know, when I started playing Elden Ring, I loved the amount of freedom, the amount of choices that I was given in that game. And I was like, you know what? I want to be prepared for every single scenario that there is in the game, right? Because I know that in a Souls game, there are going to be bosses who are weak to melee. There's going to be bosses who are weak to ranged. And I want to be ready. I want to be able to succeed in both scenarios. So my character, one of my strengths that I you know, focused on whenever I built my character is my character's a sorcerer. And they deal a lot of long-ranged attacks. So, like, to give you an example, there is a boss. Yeah, there's a boss in Elden Ring, and I don't know if I want to show you any footage of it because it's kind of like spoilers. Even though the game has been out forever, right? It's still kind of spoilers, right? Basically, there is a boss in Elden Ring, so I'll describe it to you, right? So this particular boss in Elden Ring, very, very particularly in the phase 2 of the fight, this boss is a melee fighter. And to see if you can, imagine it. In phase 2, this boss fights you with his bare hands and his fists. And he will, when you move around the boss arena, he will chase after you. And he will try to stay up close to you and try to swing at you. So he is a melee fighter, right? I have played way too much of Elden Ring. I've beaten that game so many times, and it's arguably something that I probably could have used my time elsewhere for better things, but whatever. Anyways, even though that boss is a very melee-heavy boss, right, and in a way he kind of tries to force you to fight him melee, I actually ended up beating him with my ranged sorcery build without taking a single hit from him. And I think I might have done it. I don't remember, but it might have been like New Game +4 or New Game +5 or something that I fought him, and I beat him without taking a single hit using my sorcery build. So what I'm trying to say is that my sorcery build is not a joke. It's not something to laugh at. Like, my sorcery build can fuck up bosses. And if you are someone that really enjoys long-ranged builds, Elden Ring is a game that will give you the freedom, give you the ability, give you the options to go for a long-range build. 100%, right? And yeah, you can experiment around, you can try all sorts of different weapons, all sorts of different, spells and abilities that are long-range, see what works for you. And I think that out of all of the possible Souls games or Souls-like games where you could try a long-range build, I would say that Elden Ring, you would have the highest likelihood of enjoying the game while doing a long-range build, is what I will say. Yeah. To put your style into perspective, you use a bow when possible and a sniper if a bow isn't available. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can show you something really quickly here. I need to find it first, but I want to show you something pretty fucking cool. Like, this is insane whenever I first saw it, but I'm gonna see if I can find it. Where's the video? No, that's not the right one. I don't think this is the right one either. I think he uses melee. Yeah, okay. Is it maybe this one right here? Sorry, sir. Give me a second, homie. I'm trying to find the correct moment because I don't want to like show you a video that's like 30 minutes long, you know what I mean? Where is it this one? Hold on. I think it is this one right here. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay. Alright. Let me make sure that the quality is high quality. And then what I'm going to do is let me do this. Perfect. Okay. So, Serp, this guy right here, this channel, it's called Ongball, right? He's a Korean YouTube content creator, right? What he likes to do is he likes to play Souls games, unsurprisingly. And he will do these like challenges where he fights bosses and he finds like, essentially his style is to find some of the most creative methods to killing bosses. And a lot of the time he uses these creative methods without taking a single hit from the boss, right? So this boss right here, in Elden Ring, the boss's name is Metir, or Metir. However, you can pronounce it however you want to in your head, right? But basically this boss is a major pain in the ass. Like, if you were to ask any of the, like, what's it called? The Souls challenge runners, where they try to play the game and they try to beat the game or beat bosses without taking a single hit, this boss is one of the worst bosses because so many of the attacks that this boss does are extremely dangerous and very risky. And so, when you have challenge runners who try to play this game and not get hit a single time, there have been a lot of runs, a lot of attempts that have failed because they got hit by this boss here, or they died to this boss right here. One of the reasons why this boss is so extremely dangerous is that not only does it have a lot of like close range melee attacks that it can do if you're up close to it, but also if you try to stay far away from this boss, it has long range capabilities, including a fucking laser that is extremely dangerous. And there's a move that it does if you are, I think you have to be within a certain distance to the boss. There's a move it does where when it like kind of transitions from phase 1 to phase 2, where it summons like a giant black hole that spins around, and the black hole, it fires this laser in like a 360-degree area, and it's so extremely difficult to dodge that attack, to time it properly and dodge it, that it is a nightmare for a lot of challenge runners, right? I'm going to show you right here what this guy did. This guy Ongbal, he came up with an idea for how to beat this boss solo, and basically, you know, super duper fucking easy. Now, I don't think I have to explain this to you because I feel like you probably already know this, but a lot of the time in games, whether it's Souls games, whether it's any other game, like an action RPG, right? A lot of the time, melee weapons, they tend to be stronger. They tend to perform better against enemies compared to, like, you know, compared to like a bow and arrow or a ranged weapon, right? Usually melee is like, it has a strength advantage, right? However, I want you to see this because this is fucking incredible. Like, I think this is probably one of the best examples I've seen of long-range gameplay killing a boss so easily. But yeah, let me play the video here very quickly. So right now, he's buffing up his character, kind of making himself stronger to take on the boss, giving himself some damage multipliers. Look at how fucking easy this is. Bro, this dude is just calmly standing here, firing bow and arrows, firing arrows at this enemy, not even worried. Okay, this is the black hole attack right here. Bro, he just stands away from it. He's just out of, he's like, fuck you. No, you ain't hitting me with that. Fuck off. Just stand like a Giga Chad. Look at this shit. And then he dodges this. I mean, easy, yeah. Keep firing. Dead. Done. Not a single hit taken. Absolutely fucking insane. And this took, let me see here. 12:37. When did he start? When was that? He started... Okay, basically 1 minute. 11:32, roughly, he started this fight. Maybe a little bit after. And then he ended, like, what, 12:30 something? He massacred a boss in 1 fucking minute with a bow and arrow. So let me tell you something. If you want a Souls game where you can do this, play Elden Ring. You will have so much freedom. You will have so many options. You will be able to pull off shit like this. Maybe not without taking a single hit of damage. Maybe not. But you can do some really rad, cool shit with a bow and arrow in this game. So I think that quite possibly Elden Ring might be something that you gravitate towards. I'm not saying that you should, you know, go out there and immediately get the game and download it and start playing it right away, but if you're considering dipping your toes into Souls games in the future, probably check out Elden Ring. That's really the most I can say about ranged battle stuff, right? So yeah. But I hope that, you know, this conversation, I hope that, you know, I maybe gave you something to think about, or maybe said something that you know, was at least a tiny little bit useful, and not just blabbering on and being an absolute nuisance of a streamer. But yeah. Okay, let me go ahead. I'm gonna open up Lies of P back again, because I can't just stand here doing nothing the entire stream. I probably should play the game. Probably a little bit. Just a little bit, you know. Okie dokie. So, we unlocked a shortcut. I want... Let me see here. Let's see, Legion Arm. I'm gonna swap back to what I was using before. Do I want to use... Let me think. Thinking. Do I want to use Flamberge? I'm gonna take Fulminous, actually. Yeah. Rhinestone. Okay, that's fine. actually did not realize that they were there. Nice try. Okay. Let me teleport back over here. I actually did not even realize that there were the exploding kamikaze puppets, or yeah, those bozos. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, shit. I completely forgot that he gained his position over there. Okay. Yeah, let's go back. I want to be as full HP as possible, and not waste any of my pulse cells, because there's like a mini boss coming up, who is not that difficult. He's not really that painful, but, you know, having as much HP as possible is always a good thing, you know? Does this guy turn around? I'm kind of hoping he does, but... Okay, very nicely done. Should I actually get this guy's attention? I kind of don't really want to, but... maybe I should. That's so annoying. Bye-bye. I think the item that's in there is not really that valuable. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna unlock this door just because it's a good shortcut to have. Okay. Let me go ahead and kill these two guys over here, because I know that they're going to be a little bit of a nuisance for me. Bye-bye. Nice. Naturally skilled with ranged weaponry IRL and in games. Got plenty of clips and stuff. Rapidly sniping, aiming, using angles, etc. Trajectory calculations come naturally to you. You know Soulsborns are good, just can't get around the general lack of freedom. Yeah. I can totally understand that viewpoint. I get it. And, you know, I think, generally speaking, I can agree with that take, right? There are a lot of Soulsborne games that are quite restrictive, right? And the reason being is because they are, you know, they're very, like, linear games, right? So that is, like, a very classic reason why they can be a little bit restrictive, right? That being said, I think that Elden Ring being, you know, a very open world game, it, you know, when you compare it to the previous Souls games or the other variations of Souls games that exist out there, you realize just how different Elden Ring is. And you know, the amount of freedom that you are given in Elden Ring is actually legitimately impressive. Because, you know, not only is it that, like, you can build your character any way that you want to, but you can also tackle the bosses in any order that you want to. Obviously excluding the final boss of the entire game, right? Like, you can't just, yeah, you can't just immediately go to that boss and kill him right away. That would be kind of funny if you could, but, yeah.
Found it! The black dress! But it's just a puppet? What on earth is going on?
Let's fucking go. Easy peasy. There were a couple of attacks there that I got hit by, which was not really something I should have gotten hit by. It was definitely something I fucked up on. But overall, I think that we did as well as we could have. Alright, alright. Get over here, you big fat babies. Nice. Okay. I hate these tiny little babies. Let's see. It is fun to watch, though. That is true. Very, very true. Souls games are fun to watch other people experience, even if you don't really love playing Souls games yourself. You did try it for a few hours, still didn't scratch the itch the same way Monster Hunter does. I'm very curious, you know, yeah, I'm very curious to know, like, from a Monster Hunter enjoyer's perspective, what is vastly different about Monster Hunter that, you know, Elden Ring does not provide? Like, obviously, other than the fact that, like, in Monster Hunter, you hunt giant, massive monsters, right? Like, that is the entire foundation of the game, right? But yeah, very interesting. Sun rising soon. Got a nap for a bit, but leave the stream running. Sir, thank you, good sir. Appreciate you, homie. And thank you so much for, you know, basically being very kind and generous with the conversations. I always love discussing so many different topics on my streams, and as long as, like, you know, people are willing to ask questions or even just, like, put their own opinion about stuff in chat, I can then respond to it. I can then give my thoughts, give my perspective and whatnot on the same subject, right? So I very much appreciate that. It's given me some good entertainment, you know, as the host, as the streamer, right? So thank you very much. Hope you have a great rest of your night. Hope you have a good nap. And yeah, maybe I'll see you again in the future in another one of my streams. But yeah, I appreciate it, homie. Okay, so this is the way that we came from. Let's go down here. And what I need to do is... I know that there are these flamethrower guys. Those guys are tanky. They have a lot of HP. Pretty damn cool. Okay, very nice. Bye-bye. Yeah, these enemies here are really dangerous because they are ranged attackers. And so if you do not, you know, specifically target them and you know, go and kill them immediately, they will snipe you from afar, and they are such a nuisance to deal with. Alright. And here we go, chat. We made it to the Estrella Opera House. Let's fucking go. Next, we have a, like, absolutely magnificent boss fight that is coming up that, yeah, it's gonna be a hoot. It's gonna be a hoot to fight this boss. I'm very much looking forward to it. Cool. So we leveled up. Let me, I'm gonna go to Hotel Krot because I need to pick up my golden coin fruit. I completely, you know, did not even pay attention to when it filled up, when it, you know, reached the number 8, and I've been stalling on collecting it, so I need to grab it. And yeah, I think, chat, with that being said, after I grab the golden coin fruit, I think this is where we're gonna wrap up today's stream. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, very cool. Nicely done. Let me see here.
Stalker.
Let's see, purchase. There we go. 75 in the bag. And then I have 18. I'll buy 3. Actually, you know what I'll do? There we go. There we go. Now we have a good substantial amount. And then, let's see here. We'll go back here. Okay, we'll rest. And I think, let me see, teleport. Oh, the wedding ring. That's right. Let's go and do the wedding ring really quickly, chat. Okay. And yeah, after this, we should be able to conclude the live stream for tonight. I think this is a good stopping point. Basically, the next stream that I do, we will be going through the Estrella Opera House, fighting Romeo, and moving on to the next area as well.
Oh, my Melody. This is her wedding ring. Our marriage should have been filled with joy. I failed you, Melody. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned she's a puppet. But she was real to me. I saw a shining soul inside her. Others laughed at me, but I knew the truth. I knew that she was in love with me too. Maybe I'm crazy, though. Whoever heard of a human and a puppet in love? Melody. My Melody. Your words were everything to me. She was my guardian angel. The reason I survived the Krat disaster. Even puppets have hearts, do they not? Perhaps all we need is something that helps us perceive what they're feeling. Sorry. I ramble when I get upset. Here's your reward. I think you deserve this ring more than I do. I'm more than happy with Melody's belongings. I wish I could offer something more, but this is all I have. Please, remember the love Melody and I shared. Who knows? Maybe you'll find true love one day, too.
Maybe, chat. Maybe we will. Possibly. Very cool, chat. Very, very cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and teleport back to the hotel. And, yeah, I think we'll pause the game here, is what we'll do. We did a lot of good progress today. How many bosses did we kill? We killed Andreas. That was a really, really good one. We also killed the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. That was a really, really good one. I think those were like the only two major bosses, as well as some of the minor bosses, some of the mini bosses in between. We made some really, really good progress. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. And I think, like, honestly, you know, being in a position where we are, you know, during my next live stream, we are essentially immediately, quote-unquote immediately, able to fight Romeo, the next major boss. That is, you know, something that I'm very much looking forward to, very much excited about. But that is going to have to wait for the next live stream, chat. Yeah, it is currently almost 4 a.m. in the morning for me, and I've been streaming for 6 hours, so it's a good substantial amount of time. And I need to get some rest. So here is the game plan, chat. Here's what I wanted to talk about. Tomorrow, or I guess technically today, since it's already, you know, past midnight, today is a holiday. It is Memorial Day here in the US. And I don't have school, I don't have class, and I don't have any assignments that are due Monday night, which is really, really nice. I do have a homework assignment for my Japanese class that is due Tuesday during the midday. So what I will probably try to do is I will try to work on that assignment during the daytime on Monday, and during the evening time, maybe around 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. at the very latest, I will try going live and streaming on Monday, and it'll be my rescheduled live stream from Saturday that I was supposed to do. So we'll do that. We'll come back with some more Lies of P gameplay. Now, I do want to mention that there is a chance, you know, I may have to help out my family with some, you know, particular IRL responsibilities or chores or whatever. So if that does happen, that may affect, you know, what I end up doing in terms of what time that I stream, or maybe I might have to, you know, reschedule the live stream again, postpone it again to Tuesday or to Wednesday or something like that. But I am going to try my absolute hardest, my absolute best to stream Monday night if possible, because that is, you know, a day that I am 100% certain, guaranteed that I don't have homework assignments, right? So I will hopefully see you guys, let's see, hopefully I will see you guys in about 16 hours from now, maybe 17 hours from now, but the earlier the better, right? As early as we possibly can, that is what I will try to aim for. Yeah. I do want to give a massive shout out, a massive thank you to everyone who stopped by today's stream. There were a lot of people today, and I'm very, very, you know, happy about all of it. I'm very grateful, very thankful to everyone. We had, of course, Modified Bear. We had Rangex. We had Susanna who stopped by. We had, who else? One Cup with his raid, and all his beautiful, lovely raiders that stopped by. We had, who else? You know, including Tiffany. Tiffany was one of the raiders. There was also Yvain with his massive raid as well, coming in showing some love and support for us. Serp was probably the best you know, raider to come over and have a conversation and chit chat with, you know, me about random topics. So I appreciate Serp a lot. Anyone and everyone who came by and checked out the channel, whether you were just browsing Twitch and you randomly came across my channel, or whether you, you know, came over from a raid from another streamer, thank you all so much. Thank you so much for, you know, checking out the content, checking out the terrible scuffed gameplay that I have to showcase. In any case, that's going to do it for today. That's going to be the conclusion for today's stream. I hope you guys had a wonderful time and enjoyed hanging out, enjoyed watching some Lives of P. What I will be doing is I will be raiding out to another channel now. So let me actually see who the heck is online right now. Who is right now online that I can raid, that I want to raid. Okay, so chat, today we are going to be raiding Premier 2. If you guys don't know who Premier 2 is, let me give him a shout out. He doesn't need a shout out, to be completely honest. He's a massive streamer on Twitch, but I'm going to give him a shout out just to showcase his channel. Premier 2 is probably my #1 favorite Twitch streamer on the entire platform. He is an incredible human being. The reason why we are going to be raiding Premier 2 today is, #1, it's been a while since I've raided him, and #2, Premier 2 is currently on an international trip right now. So normally he lives in Japan, but he is currently in the country of Wales, with another streamer, with a friend of his by the name of CDogVA, aka Connor, and both Pete as well as Connor, they are exploring Wales together, and they're kind of like going around sightseeing, showing off the country to all of their viewers, right? And for those who don't know, Connor, aka CDogVA, he is Welsh, right? He was born and raised in Wales, and Premier 2, aka Pete, Pete has some family ancestry that comes from Wales. I believe that Pete's grandmother was Welsh, and so he has some ties, some roots in the country. And so basically Connor and Pete, they're traveling around doing some sightseeing, showing off Wales to the entire world, and getting to kind of like enjoy seeing kind of their hometown, so to speak. More so in Connor's sense compared to Pete, but, you know, both of them are getting to travel to a country that is significant to them, that means a lot to them. And so they're doing this, like, you know, international trip together. It's sort of like a streaming event that they're doing together. And so this is their very first day of exploring Wales and streaming it for everyone to see. And, you know, in order to celebrate that, I want to raid over, say hello to Pete, show some love and support to him, and, you know, get you guys to watch, get you guys to be aware of the amazing content that they're doing over in Wales. But yeah, in any case, that's what we're gonna be doing today, chat. Let me go ahead and let me see here. So I'm gonna do sub raid, I'm gonna do raid, there we go. I'm going to copy and paste, or copy this message. I'm gonna do raid Premier 2, perfect. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and, first of all, I'm going to open the stream up just so we are ready to raid. Okay, I don't know why this is, like, not... Huh. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I was trying to adjust the volume of the stream, but for some reason, like the volume slider, it was not moving like properly, like I wanted it to. So that was a little bit awkward, but we finally got things going. Anyways, so let me go ahead. I'm gonna pull up my outro song here, chat. There we go. Perfect. Awesome. Everything looks great, chat. Very cool. And let me go ahead and grab my little fluffy furry friend. Oh boy, get over here. There we go. Oof, look at him, chat. He's so massive. Chat, my lovely chat. It has been a pleasure. It has been an amazing stream. I appreciate you guys so much. To all of you out there, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, you guys are the best people ever. I appreciate all of you immensely. And I hope you guys have a wonderful, amazing rest of your day or night. Please, all of you, stay safe out there. Stay happy, stay healthy. Eat lots of yummy delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves. Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will catch you guys in, hopefully, 16, maybe 17 hours from now, at the very latest, is what I will say. But yeah, until then, I will say good night, peace out, farewell, and yeah, let's get this outro started, shall we? Let's start the song. All right, peace out, guys. Bye bye. Much love. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.